This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Another beautiful day. Is it ever, never a beautiful day out here in the African bush? I'm very excited to be out. I'm going to be looking for some elephants this afternoon. I think there's some at the dam that might be swimming, so we're going to get going, and I hope that you're as excited as I am. So jump on board, everyone, for your live safari through the African bush. I've got Morgan on camera with me, and we are excited because we know that there's some elephants just down the road here near Vuyatela Dam. That's the main dam in front of the lodge here at Juma, and they seem to be having quite a pool party. So we're going to go there and see exactly what fun they're getting up to. I think that's a great start to drive. Well, this is your live drive, everyone. So use that hashtag WildEarth to talk to us, give us your questions and your comments. You can also use @FC on the YouTube chat stream. You can also go to our website and you can register and use our questions and comments box. We would love to hear from you. If you're under 18, please use kids' questions at wildearth.tv. Now, this afternoon is promising. At least I feel so. Starting off with elephants is always a great start for me. And you guys, Impala. Okay, you want to fight, you guys? These ones are young Impala, and they're being bullied by this older guy who's after this female. Behavior. There's some Nyala in the back as well. It's so interesting to watch them during the rut. The way their behavior changes and they become so active. It's wonderful. But speaking of active, I want to go to those elephants. They're just down the road here, so let's keep moving. It's quite warm here today. It's about 29 degrees Celsius, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is exactly why elephants would be enjoying themselves at the dam. When it's really, really hot, you'll find that they'll wait till it gets a little bit cooler to actually get into the water. Otherwise, they dry up really quickly once they're out. So this kind of 29-degree weather is a really good temperature. So I can see the dam in front of me. We're almost there. Looks like there's quite a few herbivores down here. Oh, lovely. Hi, Alice. You're all set for this afternoon's adventure. I'm so glad. I'm so happy to know that. I just want to have a quick look at the herbivores around the dam. You'll be able to see the elephants too. We're going to move on the dam wall soon. I just wanted to show you we've got some waterbuck. Awesome. We've got the wildebeest. Everybody's around the dam this afternoon. And now let's go over to the elephants. I can already see them having a bit of a box in the water there. We're going to pass some Nyala as well. Ooh, isn't it a lovely start to drive? All these animals. Good day, good day. They look as excited as I am. It's difficult to match the excitement, but they're there. Now, it's one thing to see elephants having a drink at the dam. It's another thing when you get to watch them swimming and submerging themselves. Oh, I'm so excited to share this with you. Hello, Impala. whoa, whoa, whoa. Another one's just entered the water. Oh, this is fantastic. Park yourself nicely here to watch all the fun. Just wonderful. Listen to these gorgeous sounds of them playing around, and just enjoy this beautiful start to your live safari. A bit of play fighting. What a relief it must feel like for their large bodies to be nice and cool, and then also experience a sort of, or at least a little bit of weightlessness as they're in the water. The other one that was walking away is like, I thought this fight was over, now you're having fun without me. When their whole bodies are submerged. Look at that. They look like they're having the time of their lives. Hi, Daniel. You'd like to know if I think that elephants have the biggest personality. I'm definitely biased towards elephants. I love spending my time with them. And they do have a lot of personality. But I also think so do our leopards and our hyenas. But the reason there is that we can follow individuals quite closely. And this one's hitting its trunk to the back of its head. When following our hyenas and leopards closely, we get to know their personalities, as individuals. But when it comes to elephants, it's more difficult to do that because of the home ranges, the large home ranges that they roam. But just in one sighting with them, you don't know if it's the same individual or not. Just in one sighting with them, you get to know something about them. They communicate with me somehow, and with you guys. You'll see when you're with them in their presence, they're so aware of us that I really think that there's a lot more going on on an emotional level that we will ever really know. And I think they have buckets and buckets of personality. Now that looked like a lot of fun. And it's continuing. Hi Eddie, good afternoon. You say nothing better than swimming elephants. I have to agree with you. You can feel their excitement, their joy at being in the water. You can see when they're having fun, when they're just playing. When they're not doing something out of just a necessity or out of just needing to survive, they're doing something extra. They're having fun. That is so special. Bit of relaxation now. Hi, Lee. You'd like to know if elephants swim or do they bounce like hippos? They swim. Not all the time, because water has to be pretty deep for them to swim. But they certainly can swim, especially if the water is deep enough. Sometimes across rivers, you'll see them swimming, a whole lot of them. Oh, whole body in the water, fully submerged. This one's really been having a great time. Well, I'm going to stick around with them and see if any others get into the water or if this one continues to have some fun. And I'm going to send you over to Pinda to say good afternoon. Oh, okay. You're still with me. That's fine, because this elephant is still having a great time. Just pulling my binoculars out. Never mind, it doesn't want to budge. Oh, Playmate's back. I also love when they come out of the water after playing like this. Their tusks are so beautiful and white. Lovely. All right, let's try this again. Let me now send you over to Tswalu to say good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to a slightly sleepy Tswalu Kalahari. We've managed to relocate on our two boys and they haven't done all that much. And again, good afternoon and welcome. My name is Josh, behind the camera is Niels, and this is Tswalu Kalahari. But as you can see, not too much has changed from this morning. These guys are still very lazy, nice big tummies, and a lot less active than Tswala's swimming elephants. Very heavy breathing there, just trying to digest whatever last night's meal was, but a little bit more awake than they were this morning. And those very distinctive tear marks. Very pretty cats, these. Looking at them now, it's kind of hard to believe that they're capable of doing such incredible speeds. That does not look comfortable, folks. Still quite a wind here at Tswalu, and it is looking like we are going to get potentially some serious rain tonight. There's been a bit of lightning and that in the area, but on our northern side, still looking clear. Every now and then we get a rumble, and these guys lift their heads for us. And again, you can see those very thick, blunt running claws. That is a very big tummy. The grass, as long as it's been this last few weeks, we've had quite a bit of fun finding these boys. We lose them for 4 or 5 days at a time sometimes, either into the mountains and through the valleys and that where we don't or can't drive. Otherwise, you realize that if they're in the long grass and laying down, you just cannot see them. But always nice to spend time with them. And even better to know that they've been hunting very successfully and will hopefully be around for quite a bit longer. So Sandra's asked, how old are these boys? Sandra, we've got a bit of a mixed opinion about them as to the age they came and how long they've been on the property. But everything I see and from what I've understood, I'd say they're about 7, maybe 8 years old. So definitely in their prime and still going to be around for quite a while. So as much as I love these sleeping cats, I do think we're going to try and find something that's moving around. So we're going to leave these 2 boys, and for now we're going to send you across to Pinda, who'd like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to Anbjorn's Pinda Private Game Reserve. We've come out to where Chad left that pride of lions this morning they were feeding on a young zebra, and we've managed to find the 2 really small, well, not really small, they're about 5 months old youngsters, still busy squabbling over, it must be hooves and the likes in this very long grass. Of that zebra, you might see a couple of head movements and tail flicks every so often, but they're here just off to the side of us. The other one seems to be running around in the long grass here, and you see it just every so often. My name is Matt, and behind the camera we've got Odie this afternoon, and yeah, no signs of the rest of the pride. They could still be fast asleep in this long grass and thick vegetation here off to our right. Still relatively hot. There's quite a nice breeze blowing where the youngsters are, and lying in shade where they are, you might just see quite a bit of movement of the grass if the other one decides to join. To join its sibling, and you hear branches breaking and twigs moving and things like that. You can see those black tips behind its ears. You might be able to see those spots on its back legs and its belly that are still quite prominent from that very young age, which helps them remain concealed. And I believe there were 4 other lions here this morning, and of course the mom of these 2, which I don't think would have gone too far after having fed on that zebra. Maybe just went off to have a lap of water. But it does look like Fort Knox in there, so mom could very well just be sleeping there. When it cools off a little bit more, she might return to lie out in the open. There you can see that inquisitive youngster looking straight at us. Now, beautiful part of the reserve, this, overlooking the base of the Lambamba mountain range. Still relatively quiet in terms of birds and the likes, but you can see by the long grass just how much rain we've had this year. Not so long ago we had about another 30 odd mils, which of course helps. There in front of us is quite a lot of grass moving, and I thought it was maybe the other youngster, but it's maybe just exploring where, I think that's where they dragged that zebra to earlier on to feed on. This one's maybe just getting the hang of using its teeth from those carnassial shears right at the back that act as scissors to those teeth right in the front that act to plucking bits and pieces of meat in between ribs and those hard to reach places. But very busy, and that's where you can just tell their age. Still quite playful and energetic, whereas the older lioness will be fast asleep, conserving their energy, because of course they don't know when their next meal is going to be. We drove past a couple of impala and wildebeest on our way down. They were looking rather nervous as they arrived, but that's obviously because the slot is here. With this little bit of wind, maybe they smelt them and put them a little bit more on edge.
Happy 14th birthday, I cannot believe it's been this long.
Hi. In a short time since I've discovered Wild Earth, I have learned much more than in 25 years of owning a game farm.
Here's a big happy birthday from Germany.
Hi, my name is Caroline, aka Tinky45. I would just like to thank you very much for helping me in my depression and my anxiety.
I think my favorite thing has been just really being able to focus on animals over time, not just a singular sighting, but watching them grow and live their life through their entire lifespan.
You made my life so much better.
I just appreciate you so much, as I know thousands, tens of thousands do around the world. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Peace.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
We're still here at Vuyatela Dam, and here's a tiny little Nile monitor or water monitor. It's really little. It's probably about 40 centimeters, or the tail extended. Quite little. When they hatch, they're only about 30 centimeters or so. So this one is probably quite newly hatched. Isn't that cute? Now, there's also a big one towards the bottom of the log. Enjoying the sun, which there's much of this afternoon. Oh, this is a very large one. I'd say 1.5 meters, or just under. Now they're most likely not related, because once the hatchlings hatch out of the termite mound or other kind of dug out nest that the mother will deposit the eggs into, after they hatch, they're on their own, so there's no parental care. So it's unlikely that this big water monitor is related to the small one or is the parent of the small one. While it is possible, just because they're together doesn't mean that they are related, just because they share the same log. think it's very cool to see two of them together. Veronica, you'd like to know if all lizards can swim? I'm not sure if all lizards can swim. Certainly many of them can. Again, this comes back to a study that was done on many animals and found that the majority of animals that can move on 4 legs, they can use that same pattern to move in the water. So if you can imagine a doggy paddle. So what really affects whether they can swim or not is their center of gravity. So some animals that are oh, it's another little one, that have a strange shape and a strange center of gravity. They're unable to swim. Things like a giraffe, where they would tip forward. So while technically they would be able to swim, their snouts would be in the water, so they're drowned. So the majority of animals can swim. Well, namely reptiles and mammals. So things like tortoises, or not all reptiles, lizards have a better reputation for swimming than things like tortoises, but leopard tortoise can swim. But certainly not all reptiles, but most lizards can. Can't imagine a chameleon swimming. But that's the thing, is that just because we don't see them doesn't mean that they can't swim. This one is a little larger than the one on top. I wonder if these ones have actually hatched nearby. There can be variation in their sizes when they've hatched. This looks like midweek blues. Just kind of very sad that Friday is still a while away. That's what this looks like. Hi Ian, you'd like to know how many eggs they can produce? They can produce up to about 60 eggs. And those eggs take about 10 months to hatch. And the mother monitor lizard will deposit those eggs in a warm spot, like a termite mound. It's a great place. And then they usually hatch during the wet season. And that's because they need
Coming to us, Djuma's going down. So folks, as you can see, we are driving into the storm here. No, I'm joking, we're going to be going around it, but take a look at that startling landscape there. And I think if that doesn't put you in awe, I don't know what will. I mean, that is a stunning vista and all the promise of the last rain for the Kalahari before we go into those deep winter months. Very surprised, to be honest. I thought our season had ended, but it is quite a startling sight. There's a bit of lightning every now and then, some nice thunder. I don't know if you can hear that, but it is very impressive. And hiding here just to our left, I'm just going to point out to Niels, there's a gemsbok under a tree. And he's already decided he is taking cover. Sien jy hom, Niels? Net langs die voertuig daar. This chap has gotten clever. He's decided he's found his spot to hide from the rain. I love how he's like almost staring at the camera going, are you pointing that thing at me? So William's asking, will the long grass here also weather away as we go into the winter season? And that is a definite yes. We can't wait for it because it'll make game viewing and tracking a little bit easier going into the winter months. But yeah, I do think it's going to still be here for at least another 2 or 3 months. It's going to take a while to completely fade. Just having a bit of a look around here. Excuse me. It is looking most ominous all around us. And it's funny, with the wind coming from the northern side, you would expect the storm to be being blown south, but it is going north. Just looking here to our northern side, it's a little bit more open, but it is closing up. And there you go. Nice rumble there. I think, folks, we are going to start up and start heading north at speed. So we're going to play Dodge the Rain, and for now we're going to send you across to Pinda to see some big cats, or little ones. Enjoy!
From Josh playing Dodge the Rain, we are looking into the skies asking, where is the rain? But here on Pinda, not very many clouds in the sky. I think there are 2 above us, but they don't look very threatening at all. And Mom has now emerged from Fort Knox. There we go. There she's just stood up. But amazing how well camouflaged she is in this long grass. Have a look at those black tips behind her ears. There's one of the youngsters where she was lying. But you never know, maybe she heard something or smelled something that we otherwise can't see in an area like this. Maybe a warthog, or even an impala, a herd of impala that could be here. But amazing just how much those black tips of her ears stick out. She could just be going back towards where that zebra was, or what remains of it. And if that is the case, we might just have to loop around, because I think there'll be quite a nice view of them from the other side. Oh, one of the youngsters just got chased out of there. Just bear with me for 2 secs. Oh. Just slowly drive around, because I think the grass was nice and flat from them earlier on when they were lying around feeding. We might get a nice view of the lot of them from that side. Priscilla, you're asking if these cubs have been introduced to the rest of the pride. They most certainly have. They are of the age now where they can keep up with mom and follow mom, so most definitely they would have been introduced and to their fathers as well when they are with the rest of the pride. They haven't been, or the fathers at least haven't been with them for a while now. They are quite far away, but after the recent rains that we had, they would have had to have left St. Mark. But these are the older lions of this pride. So one mom with 3 and then the other mom with 2 that you'll see here. The most amazing color eyes there that you see of this lioness. She's looking at us now. Black tip of her tail. She licks her lips. You can see they're all starting to wake up now. It starts to cool off a little bit, and they start to become a little bit more awake. You can hear quite a bit more movement, 1 or 2 bones crunching in the background. And I wouldn't be surprised if those other 2 little ones join these 2. Can be quite mischievous at times as well, so maybe come to give the older lions a bit of a hard time, play with them and see where they fit into the pride. listen carefully. You can hear a couple of growls and moans and begging, I think, from the younger two. They'll still be suckling from mom. Maybe she's having a bit of a feed, but obviously quite reluctant then to let them suckle with those sharp teeth, and maybe just growling at them to let them know that now is not the time or the place. Oops, big sneeze from this lioness here lying off to our side. I don't know if you can hear that, but you can hear quite a bit of bone crunching. So I think the mom of those two has gone back to the scraps. Another big sneeze. And just amazing to hear the strength of those jaws, and she might be using those carnassial shears that we spoke of earlier to cut through sinew and skin to get at meat, maybe what's left of hooves and things like that from that zebra. Quite a bit of grooming going on now as well. Often, just before they look to move, groom the tools of the trade. Maybe they've got things from chasing that zebra earlier caught between their paws. But sorry, I paused there just because there's quite a bit going on in that long grass at the back. And mom, I think, is starting to get a little bit cheesed off with the youngsters, who are very persistent. There's a bit of a head shake, and obviously still feeding off that zebra. Typically after a big meal like this, they'd go off to watering hole or a spot like that to have a lap of water and help digest that food. Ava, you're asking why lion cubs have spots, and you can often see it even with older lionesses, and these older coming up to sub-adult lions are lying on the left-hand side, but that's just to help them remain concealed for the first couple of months of their lives when they are tucked away in their den site, or where mom would have given birth, out of sight and out of mind, to help them remain concealed, because they obviously are not going to join mom on the hunt, and they just can't keep up with the rest of the pride. So to help them remain concealed, just for camouflage, those spots. And you can often see it with the older lionesses, a lot more faded typically, but they're very much still visible. See, this lion is having a gaze off to the mountain in front of us. There might be something that she can see that we can't, that might have caught her attention. But ever opportunistic, these cats. I don't know when their next meal is going to be, so just keeping an eye out for their next potential meal. We're going to sit and see how this unfolds, and whether or not they move off to another area, perhaps one of the watering holes nearby. But we'll stick around for now. We're going to send you off to Tswalu.
So folks, we've gone a little bit further north, and we've just stopped here next to a ground squirrel colony, and all around it you can see these ant-eating chats. Now the wind is changing direction, the temperature has dropped at least 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. That wind is cold now, it's wet, and these ant-eating chats also nest underground like your shell ducks. And from their behavior and the fact they're sticking so close to these burrows, I'm forced to think they're using one of them. And with the change in the weather, you'll see these ground squirrels are staying right next to the burrow system, but these ant-eating chats are as well. And it was just fascinating to see that everybody can tell that storm is coming, and they're getting ready to run. And we go just a little bit more west now. We can see coming up the mountain range at quite a speed the storm. So So it is exciting. It's nice to know we'll get that last bit of rain for the dry Kalahari. But just fascinating to see how animals are so aware of the environment and so much more in tune potentially than we are. Nice little ground squirrel there to the left. When we stopped here, these guys were going crazy and super acrobatic, and now a lot of them have gone underground. So a little bit of change in behavior, and one or two of them having a last nibble. And here come the first drops. So do you think we're going to start up and start rolling? I think we're going to get wet fairly shortly. That storm is coming north with a vengeance. But always nice to get to spend some time with these little guys. So folks, you're going to have to forgive us. We're going to once again play Dodge the Rainfall. And for now, we're going to send you across to Ngala, who would like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to and Beyond Ngala. So this afternoon, actually, we're going to be heading slightly north in hopes to find some lions. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I have Gert with me. All right, so right in front of us, there's actually a nice big clearing there. So we're going to go around this area and see if maybe we can find some general game, some impalas, maybe some wildebeest if you're lucky, and some zebras. So let's see if we will be lucky. And also along the way we'll be doing some birds, so maybe we can find some interesting birds. There's a little bit of a breeze today, so maybe we might even see some raptors flying around or patched up. That'll be quite nice for this afternoon. So with these lions that we're looking for this afternoon, or the reports this morning of them, they were a little bit, maybe another 3 kilometers from where we are. In the morning they were laying down, just relaxing. And seeing that it's about to get warm, well, it's still warm actually, so I'm foreseeing them still be laying down in that area. But as the sun starts to go down, they must start to move. I'm not too sure if they fed yesterday or if they fed anytime this afternoon or this morning. But if they didn't, they'll be looking for some food. There we go, we have some impalas right in front of us. Nice big open clearings here. Also look like it's only 2 male impalas or 2 rams just standing there. Indeed, this is one of my favorite area in the whole of the reserve, because it's quite very open, and it's much easier to see animals around moving about. So as we can see now, it's just so the other impala just sort of like ran more on the left-hand side, and this male there just standing on his own. Looks like he's just looking around, maybe even scanning around to see if maybe there's other impalas around, or even predators that might be around in this area. But also at this time of the year, we're moving towards the rutting season. So these impalas are going to be running around, chasing each other, and also running around trying to find some females as well. But for now, as we stay here and enjoy this view and enjoy these impalas, I'm going to send you over to Tswalu.
As sensitive as wearing the cape. Anyway, we'll talk about it later.
Apologies, everybody. Yeah, we've just lost Trish. I'm sure the team is going to work on the technical problems, and Juma will be back with you in a moment, hopefully. Yeah, so we're just still sitting here, enjoying this view, and also just waiting and see maybe there might be some other interesting animals coming through. And as I said, I mean, this time of the season, these impalas tend to have sort of like a high testosterone levels. And the aim that they have, and the only aim, is to be after females and fighting off other males. And also this time of the year, as they fight, they're not focused on what's going on around them. And sometimes even feeding, they don't feed that much because they're focused on mating and getting females. And sometimes when there's predators around, these impalas get hunted and caught easily because of that. And I think this impala is just going to hang around in this area. I don't see any other animals coming through here except for this impala here. So I think we are going to continue head sort of northwest and see if we can find some lions. This impala is going to be around in this area feeding and hopefully even maybe try to get some females. I don't think it's going to move too far from this area at all because it's nice and open. And also there's food around, so it's going to hang around here. Let me stop for a little bit. Looks like it's about to cross the road. There we go. Amazing. I think for now, as a drive down on this road and looking for these lions, I'm going to send you to Pinda. I think they have something exciting for you guys.
Welcome back to Pinda, everybody. Where two sort of complete opposites are going on. Lions closest to us that you see in picture fast asleep, and then the ones a little bit further back, the mom with the younger two cubs, are getting stuck into the remains of that zebra, and I can't imagine there to be much left now. After having caught it this morning and there being so many of them feeding off it, just hooves and the likes, and there's still a lot of growling going on there, so mom obviously not keen to share what she has with her. But the two youngsters, you can hear them begging fairly regularly. Obviously they're quite keen to help digest the solid food with a bit of mom's milk, and she's not having any of it. There's some vicious growling coming from the other side at the moment. And now really in this long grass, one or two bits of movement of the paws and ears and the likes lying in this long grass. But if we didn't know they were here and we drove the road that we came in on, we'd have no idea that they were here. You literally cannot see a thing. Even when that lion stood up, or that lioness stood up to walk away from us, she completely disappeared in this grass. Gone quite quiet now as well. A couple of birds starting to make some noise. And No, guys are looking for the male lions of this pride, but haven't had any luck just yet. They were left, or one of them at least was left at a watering hole not too far from where we are. So if they have any luck, I'm sure we can go and have a look at what he's up to. But for now, we'll sit and wait and see if anything changes. Like I said, you'd imagine them to go get up at some stage. It is quite nice and cool now. That sun's going to disappear behind the mountains behind us shortly. And they could potentially move. But that being said, they can be very unpredictable. They might just stay the entire duration of the evening and move tomorrow morning when it's still nice and cool. But as soon as that sun disappears, the temperature is going to drop even more. And I have a feeling that's when they will move this afternoon. I haven't seen this pride of lions for quite some time now. Nice to see I think, in fact, this is the first time I've seen those two little ones. Duncan, you're asking how many lions there are in this pride of lions. This is not the mountain pride. This is the pride of lions that we refer to as Bayala pride. And how many male lions there are here. So there's two male lions, or a coalition of two brothers that are the dominant males of this pride, and then mountain pride, who are in the south of the reserve at the moment. So just the two of them, and they're quite lucky in that they don't really have much competition from anyone else. In my time here on Pinda, I've never seen them battle it out with anyone besides themselves. The one's got quite a vicious scar underneath his right eye, but that's from his brother. When they fight for mating rights and for, who the more dominant of the two is. But they've never come into contact with the males of the north, and I think that would be quite a fight. These two males in the south are really good-looking male lions, those dark black manes, and besides the scar on that one's face on his eye, there's not much else wrong with them. They're like runway models, those two. Whereas the two from the north, they are full of cuts and scars and full of character. I'd, if anything, refer to them as the peaky blinders of male lions. There's the other lioness who's been fighting off youngsters all afternoon as she joins the rest of the pride, but I'm sure she's just going to flop straight back down into a lovely shady spot here. So we might spend a couple more minutes with these lions just to see if they do decide to get up and move. Otherwise, I think we might move on to see what else is out there this afternoon.
Hi, from San Diego, California. This is my daughter, Lena, and she has Rett syndrome. And I wanted to tell you thank you for keeping her busy in the morning. She eats her breakfast standing in the kitchen, and every day she's watching Wild Earth, and I haven't seen her so intent in watching.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. I've been watching since approximately 2009 when a nice lady in chat on the Nkoro cam sent me over to watch the live safari. And from the very first one, I was hooked.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth. I'm so thrilled to be a part of your happiness, and I hope you have many, many more birthdays.
Just a quick hello to all you guys and wish you great success. And of course, happy birthday for many, many years to come.
She turns 24 on April 23rd, and so we wanted to wish you all a happy birthday also, and a big thank you from me for putting a smile on her face every day.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the wire snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye hutua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
We are still with our wonderful elephants, and they are just enjoying themselves with a bit of an after-swimming snack. Right here outside the actual Djuma Lodge, the Vriatella Lodge. And they've been great. We've been sitting here for quite some time, and they've just been relaxingly moving through all of this good grass. These are the two bulls that were playing around in the water. The one at the end is the one that was fully submerged. You can see their tusks look really nice and white, so clean. Some really beautiful sounds all around us. Now, these elephants are kind of scattered all over the place. Some are here, some are closer to the lodge fence, some are closer to the dam cam, and there's even some on the other side of the dam. So after the communal drink all together, they've decided to go and forage for good bits of vegetation on their own. Everyone's just kind of very relaxed and no panic. That's always a nice thing to see when elephants are in a state of concern or panic, or there's something that's going on that we might not be able to see or detect. You'll find them huddled together, all very close together. But now everyone's spread out quite nicely. There's a guinea fowl alarming like crazy behind me, but it's unlikely that there's anything there because there's herbivores all around us that would give us some clues. Hi, Monica. You'd like to know if a panicked elephant is more dangerous than an elephant in must? I think so. In my experience, that has been so, because it also depends where you are in the situation. I've had many bulls in must that have been very curious about me and the vehicle, and have also displayed, but have not, if you behave correctly, and you keep your distance, and if they come to you, they come to you, then I haven't had any problems with bulls in must. And there have been a few that have been in full true must, dribbling and everything, very smelly. But the one time or the two times that I've been charged by an elephant, it's been a female, a cow, who has had a bit of a panic about where her calf is, or the hyenas that were running around. That was the first time. And I think that I was in a more dangerous situation when the elephant had displaced its aggression towards the hyenas or the predators, and then had placed it on me. Because then it doesn't matter what I do and how I behave and what distance I keep. It doesn't matter if that elephant has decided that you are the problem in her panic. Then I think that's a more dangerous situation. More often than not, people who are killed by elephants are killed by cows. Cows who have been separated by their calves, who feel that their calves are being threatened, who have lost a calf. That was an interesting one. One of our game scouts here told me about Morris. Morris told me about a time that there was a story of this person who was on foot, someone he knew, on bushwalk like we do. And they had found a fetus of an elephant that was obviously miscarried. And that cow just came after that person and killed him. And that is because all of those feelings, the aggression, the panic, the anger, whatever complex and simple emotions that they may feel, you can become the target for that. So for me, I think that an elephant that is in that state is more dangerous than a muster bull. Again, like I said, depends on your behavior too. But I think when an elephant is in an unpredictable state, completely unpredictable, then it's more dangerous. And my experience has shown me that too. Hi, Bhupendra. You'd like to know if elephants trumpet blowing in or out? It's blowing out. So they pressurize that trunk and then force air through it. Much like that little party thing that I had yesterday. That thing that you blow, that I don't even know what they're called. Those, yeah, you know what I mean. those things, guys. I don't know what they're called. Morgan, do you know what those things are called? Party blower, party trumpet, whatever it is. Much the same as that. But it's the pressure that creates, the pressure and the pushing of the air that creates the sound. FC says a vuvuzela. FC, I did not have a vuvuzela yesterday. But I guess like a mini vuvuzela. But essentially it works just like a vuvuzela. You are pushing air through a confined small space with rigid walls because they make the trunk rigid. Or they contract the muscles to keep it rigid to make the sound. Anyway, I got distracted by the thought of me with a vuvuzela yesterday. Or what I had been called a vuvuzela. So now I'm going to send you over somewhere where they don't have elephants, but something else. Not sure where or what.
Welcome back once more, everybody. So as I said, in these clearings here, we normally get, some few plains animals. So right now, we just came across this plains zebra. And earlier on, they were just standing on a shade. relaxing, getting out of the sun. As you can see, the tails are swishing from side to side there. As you imagine, here in Africa, there's actually a lot of biting insects that are bothering them, so they're trying to get them away. How amazing is that? It looks like the one right at the back. There's a stallion there. Maybe a young one. Ooh, there's more coming out there. How incredible is that? I think we're going to drive a little bit forward. See, maybe we can get a view of them. But I'm thinking, just from their sizes, so I'm thinking in this size like this, probably a stallion with his females, and probably even some sub-adults in there. So I believe one viewer is asking, do these animals suffer in wintertime? I believe so. I believe they do get cold, as we would. And there are some times where you find them just laying down in the middle of the roads, because sometimes in these roads it gets a little bit warmer, just to get a bit of warmth. But then again, their skin is not like us, like their skin is quite a bit tough. So I don't think they struggle that much as we as humans do. I mean, how incredible is that? Look at that one resting its head on the other one there. An amazing thing about zebras, as you can see, that they're quite social animals, touching like that, and grooming as well, and being together as a group, it builds a strong social bond. Oh, see, that one almost got a kick, but I think on the other side, I think the other one was trying to get rid of the birds that were on the back of him, and he tried to sort of shake them off and almost kick the other one. As you can see, all those birds flying around. It look like mostly oxpeckers there, just feeding on ticks that these animals might have on their skins. So here in Ingala, we only have these one species of zebra, which is the plains zebra. So they have that, black stripes, and a bit of white that you can see. But in between the black and white, they'll have this sort of dark line or dark shade that they have. And that's a way to identify the plains zebra, and mostly because you'll find them in the plains or open woodlands. Those are the areas that they prefer. But also, as you would imagine, it's still a little bit warm. Actually, today was quite warm. But you can see they're still standing out in the sun, not being bothered at all. Whereas other animals would find a bit of a shade, stay away from the sun. But and also with that black and white color, so that white tend to reflect more heat, and that dark color can actually absorb it. So these animals, they don't really struggle when it's hot. And sometimes you do find them when it's like 30 degrees, 35, even 40 degrees. Sometimes you do find them feeding out in the open. So I believe one viewer is asking if there is a hierarchy in their social structure. So what happens is with these animals, there will be, a male or a stallion who will be in charge of the females, all right? And then there will be usually the first female, and then the second female, or maybe even the third female. That will be in this group. So yeah, there is a hierarchy in the group of these zebras. And usually you see that when they are walking. And this is just my own view. So normally you get the stallion walking right at the back, offering them protection. And then we have the youngsters right in the middle. And then you have the first female in the front and the second female at the back, according to the hierarchy. And that's how usually they walk, walking in a single file. But for now, as we enjoy these zebras, I'm going to send you over to Pinda.
Welcome back to Pinda, everybody. We've come down to one of the watering holes that I spoke of earlier, that those lions could potentially come down to have a lap of water at some stage. Excuse me. And there are a whole bunch of hippo that are starting to get a little bit more vocal and a little bit more active in this watering hole before eventually later on they'll disappear. And quite nice to see now just above them a couple of very prominent game trails that they've created to and from this watering hole. But have a look at how busy they are. A couple of them jostling in the water, sort of testing their strength. There'll be one dominant bull in this pod of hippo and then several others, but you can see now those paths that we were talking about, there were a whole lot of little grebes swimming around as well. But have a look at that view here in the far western parts of this reserve. Most spectacular afternoon. Hardly a breath of wind. There, Odie's just found one of those little grebes in question with a little wake behind it. Very busy birds, those as well, this afternoon. When I was here a couple of weeks ago, there were white-faced whistling ducks with, I think, around 12 chicks. I've seen a couple of white-faced whistling ducks on the edges or the fringes of this watering hole, but I haven't seen any chicks. Maybe they are on the far left-hand side. There's Odie's found the white-faced whistling ducks in question. Beautiful call that I don't know if any of you at home have heard them. Very distinct whistle that they call. I think they too are just enjoying the views here this afternoon. These hippos are getting very, very active within this watering hole and vocal. If they do decide to make a noise, I'll keep quiet for you to just sit and enjoy that. Olivia, you commenting saying this is such a pretty place. Absolutely. The far western parts of Pinda have some really beautiful and scenic vistas, as you saw earlier when Odie zoomed out that little grebe there, in pictures having to do a little bit of a detour around that hippo. It looks like that one's charging straight towards it. No match for the hippo, of course, but I think just rather curious as it swims towards it. And I think that little grebe very much aware of what's behind it. But just size-wise, that little grebe no match for that hippo, who we can just barely see the top of. And Olivia, just back to your comment of the scenery, some really, really pretty scenes out here. And of course, this mountain range runs all the way up as far as the Mbambo mountain range into the Kruger Park, so very similar to areas around sort of Tswalu and Satara of the Kruger National Park, often littered with plains game, wildebeest, zebra and the likes. And then of course those larger watering holes. The hippo is getting very close to that little grebe down in the bottom of the picture. There, have a look at this. In hot pursuit here. This is like the tortoise and the hare. I'm not quite sure what that hippo would do if it did get close enough. But now you can see this little grebe is coming back to the rest of its friends. And it's outnumbered, this hippo. Now it's got 4 to chase and not just the one. And now it's got a bit of a gap as well there. Although the hippo is moving surprisingly quickly in the water as it walks off the bottom and disappears. Sheesh, look at that. And that little grebe is headed for the hills, but there's another hippo just behind it that's come up to see what the other hippo was getting up to. And that large display you'll see they often do to show each other just how big those teeth of theirs are, and as a bit of a display, a dominance display. Oh. Amazing to see these hippos actually move like this in the water, because otherwise during the heat of the day they'll be fast asleep, resting their heads on each other's backs and very quiet. But this lot are the complete opposite. There's that whistle of the white-faced whistling duck that we described earlier. Which is such a peaceful spot to sit and watch things come and go, and obviously watch these hippos get a little bit more active within the water. You didn't hear that white-faced whistling duck, but they could potentially call again. You just listen out for that very high-pitched whistle. Unmistakable call of that duck. And as this watering hole starts to recede a little bit, as things drink and the water evaporates, we might start to see a couple more water birds, waders, and the likes on the fringes darting around. There we go. Have a listen to that. Yeah, Odie's zoomed off into the spot that looks somewhat like the Okavango Delta, with all those paths that the hippos have created on the left-hand side. It's actually a really magical spot, that as the white-faced whistling ducks disappear. And some phenomenal camera work going on at the back here from Odie, pulling out all the stops this afternoon to follow those birds. Big yawn from that hippo at the back there in picture. And while we're on the topic of birds, there was a striped crake that was found on Pinda not so long ago, which is a phenomenal bird to add to the list. There are only a handful of records. If you have a look at the bird apps, their distribution is very scarce of the striped crake, so to have seen one was really special. But just largely due to the fact that we've had so much rain and there's so much water around, that we're getting some really special birds. That, as well as not so long ago, and maybe we'll venture into those parts of the reserve tomorrow, we saw a yellow-billed oxpecker, which I think is maybe the 8th or 9th record of them in around 120 years, which is ridiculous. something that you'd only really see in parts of the Kruger National Park where Trico is, and Ngala, where there are those massive herds of buffalo. Slightly bigger than the red-billed oxpecker, but obviously that distinct bull. We might just spend a little bit more time here to see what these hippos and everything else at this watering hole gets up to, but we're going to send you off to another location.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth. What you've done for me is I have been stuck in the house for over a year. I have not been able to go anywhere except for the hospital.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth. Well done, and thank you. Over the last few years, you have inspired and supported me daily while I supported my beloved husband in his final few years of his Alzheimer's journey.
And I discovered Wild Earth, and it has made all the difference in the world. I have a rare cancer, but you guys take my mind off of it, and it's something that I look forward to.
Now that he has crossed over, my journey is going to take me deep into the bush myself, where I will be immersing myself in nature and attending a 55-day field guide course. Thank you.
Very happy birthday. I'm happy you exist.
If you love to watch Wild Earth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic Wild Earth expeditions, join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sub-adults and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth.
Surprise! We're here at the hyena den, and there's none other than Corky and her little girl Braveheart. This is so nice because the last time we came to the den, we just had the three little ones by the den site, and we didn't actually get to spend some time because the adults weren't around. And we haven't seen Corky for... Oh no, we did see Corky that time when we saw them going into the drainage, but we haven't seen them together. And this is super, super cute, and really, really excited to be here and spend some time with them. So it seems that as the temperature is going down in the evenings, activity at the den is starting a little bit earlier. Like now it's 5 o'clock, where ordinarily if I wanted to come and check, I'd check around 5:30, 6. But that makes sense because of the change in temperature. Also, the activity for the adults starts a little bit earlier now, so they'll come here to feed the youngsters before all that activity starts. Because it's starting earlier, they'll feed them earlier. So I feel that this has the potential for more activity. Perhaps more hyenas will come through. Maybe we'll see more members of the Djuma clan. That would be great. But you know how unpredictable these things can be. She can quite simply get up once she's done feeding her little girl. And then move off to begin her evening activities. But we do know that June's cub and Intima's cub are both using this den too, which means that both June and Intima must be frequenting this den. So those are the two adults that I'm hoping will come through, and of course the two cubs to follow them. And we can all have a nice little nursing session in this open section just south of the den. And we can watch. Wouldn't that be great? So last time I was here, we were talking a little bit about, or rather we saw Intima, but I want to talk to you a little bit about something I've noticed in the hierarchy. We know that Intima is highly ranked, right? Intima is Ribbon's daughter, so she's very highly ranked. Ribbon's two boys, because they're cubs, will be higher ranked than she is, even though they're male, but just because they're cubs. Now, once they're sub-adults, that will change, and Intima will maintain her ranking. So look where Corky is, right? She's on the far end. It's not an uncomfortable spot by any means, but what being highly ranked means for you is that you may have preference at kills, and you may have preference of den sites, things like that, over someone who's less or lower ranked than you. And the other thing we say is that you can have preference of spots to sit in. So I just want to have a quick look. Ooh, there's a cubby out. Hello, you. It's Heart's daughter, Kingarika. I'll show you what I wanted to show you just now. Let's have a quick look here. You look like you just woke up from a nap. Hi, Martin. You'd like to know at what age did the cubs become too big for a den? About a year old. And just after a year, they'll be pretty big for the den. So Ribbons 2 really will not be using a den as much anymore, but they will find spots where they can hide and where they can be safe. But they get pretty big by that time. But they will still use the den, but they won't be where they reliably are all the time. I just want to show this to you quickly before I forget. See this spot here? It's just like this where there's no grass. Yeah, it's just like a form right there, that area there. That's where Intima was sitting last time when we saw her and where she was nursing. And it's also a spot that gets shade in the mornings. So it's a kind of prime spot. And because she's from the people or from the hyenas that are using this den, she's highly ranked. It makes sense that she'd have kind of that prime location when it comes to feeding. Interesting interaction going on here. See how this cub, this is Heart's cub, is going in to greet Corky before Corky greets her. And the usual way it goes is that the animal that is lower ranked is the first one to lift its leg to sort of say, here, I'm ready for you, I'm going to greet you. And so this shows me the relationship here. I mean, Corky's not too happy about it, but she's also got her face pulled back. Can you see that kind of smile, grimace almost, pulled back. She's not too happy. And she was greeted first by Hart's girl. So she is definitely lower ranked than Hart's cub, but we already knew that. Oh, poor Braveheart. I was not done, Mom. She looks quite tall, don't you think? Very pale and tall, as in long legs. And Corky's last litter with Plonk. Plonk was also very, very pale. Interesting. While I find that I'm starting to see different things, not just looking at spots, but looking at features, different features, and Hart's daughter. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Morgan, where did that even come from? The most ridiculous smell just wafted over here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was... Oh, God. That was unbelievable. Anyway, I was just totally distracted. Well, the hyenas have moved off and Corky's moved off, but this is the most important thing. So we're going to send you over to Pinda while we move out of here.
Geesh, I think I'd pay good money to see Trishala's face after the worst smell that she's ever smelled in her life at that hyena den. But welcome back to Pinda, everybody. We've moved slightly further forward to the same watering hole, just to enjoy and appreciate the sun setting off to our west. I think it was full moon last night, so maybe in a short while we'll have to let Odie switch to the other side of the view to watch that moon come up, although it might be a little bit later now. But still some very busy hippos in the water below, and very vocal hippos at that as well, as they start venturing around a little bit more. See a little one of that oh, have a look there at the left hand side of that one. It looks like a tiny little calf jumping around. Must be a mom and calf. And that youngster could, rattling testicular making a noise behind us, that little calf that you see there could very well have been suckling from mama underneath the water now, but a minute little head compared to that of the one behind it as it disappears underwater. Also just starting to explore the watering hole around it and finding new places to venture off to, although never too far from mom. We heard a screech of a baboon from this area behind us as well, and often a spot where Farouz eagle owls will nest. I haven't heard any alarm calls behind us, but maybe if the birds do start going berserk, we know to look out for them here. That being said, there are a lot more birds calling now compared to earlier. Kitchigimi, you were asking how long hippos will stay with their mother. For quite some time. They only really mature at around 8 years old, so that youngster will still be in and around mom for the first while. And you can see how she's sort of separated herself from the rest of the pod. If there are other bulls within the pod, they can often be quite disruptive, and there's some pictures that have done the rounds of big hippo bulls with small calves in their jaws, just to make sure that the calf is safe for the first short while, and then we'll stick around for around 8 years old before, if it's a young male, it will maybe find a watering hole to take over from another dominant male. And those fights, I don't know if you've ever seen them with hippos, can be quite vicious, and very, very sort of gory, if you'd call it that, fights between hippo bulls. Lucy, you commenting a spectacular scene. Absolutely. We are very much enjoying this as much as you. In the middle of your picture there, it still for me looks like the Okavango Delta with those paths that the hippos carve out of the reeds, and those intertwined rivers and the delta area of Botswana. And one can only imagine that that's like that for vast expanses in that area. You can hear the chirps of those little grebes that Odie's zooming in on in picture. Amazing to see them actually ruffle their feathers like that while they're in the water, sort of prop themselves up and then flap their wings like that. But beautiful as they go into the reflection of the sun in this watering hole. Geez, it's unbelievable scenes this afternoon. Have a look at that, it's like gold. Absolute gold. Sheesh. Really have been spoiled this afternoon from those lines we saw earlier to these hippos, and even something as small as these little grebes. We saw very interesting sort of chase, if you'd call it that, between a hippo and a little grebe. Luckily, the grebes walked away unscathed and lived to see another sunset. Not that I think a hippo would ever follow through with a threat like that, but maybe just chasing it out of curiosity. Really not a bad view at all for a Wednesday afternoon at 5 o'clock here in sunny South Africa on Punda Private Game Reserve. And just chatting about those lines earlier, one of the males was seen on its own, and if that's the case, and maybe after that bit of rain that we have just scent marking and cementing their territories within the reserve, they every so often will get vocal and roar, and if that is the case, it's to maybe find out where each other are, to let the lions in the area know that they're the dominant ones, and just to keep in contact with the rest of the pride. So that's something to listen out for. But have a look at that sun as it disappears off to the west. And what's amazing to see now is just how quickly it's going to disappear behind those mountains. Wonder how long that will last. It looks like it will be there for an eternity, but that sun's going to set at a rapid rate. Still that shimmer off the water from the reflection of the sun. Murphy's Law, every time we're filming, the hippo are dead quiet. But hopefully that changes, and you'll be able to hear them as they vocalize that very sort of very much a South African nature call, that of the hippo, or an African call, should we say. Tony, you are saying you'll visit Pinda soon. Fantastic. We'll be here. Ready to show you around. It really is a special place here, tucked away in the very far northern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. Very close to Sodwana Bay, so you can get the best of both worlds, go to the beach, in between game drive, dip your toes in the Indian Ocean, and then head back for an afternoon game drive. And like we are now, watching the sun disappear, do just that with, not sure if it tickles your fancy, but a gin and tonic in hand. But there's no better way to spend an afternoon out here in the bush than with a drink in hand, watching scenes like this unfold in front of you. And watch just how quickly that sun disappears. It's actually quite something. If I look at it with a naked eye, awfully bright, but luckily I've got a little monitor that I can watch what's going on. To see it disappear off to the west. And Tony, yeah, just the peace and quiet of the bush is magic. I'd love to know where you are commenting from, Tony. If you do tell us, please let me know. But it is a very special place here in South Africa to come and visit. Pinda. All we really need now is for one of these hippos to get vocal. It really is a magic view, this. And that's, yeah, sorry why I'm sitting in silence, just enjoying the view and watching things come and go. Birds getting their last little chirps in before that sun disappears completely. And yeah, I think we might just do that for the next short while. Is just sit in silence and just enjoy the last of that sun disappearing. Maybe we hear one or two nocturnal sounds at that as well, night jars and the likes.
Happy 14th birthday, Wild Earth. This is Joy in Hong Kong. Hey, thanks so much for everything you do.
Congratulations, Wild Earth. Happy 14th anniversary.
Hey guys, Anushka here. I'd just like to give Wild Earth the biggest shout out. Happy birthday to you guys.
My grandsons Carson, Jack, and I want to wish Wild Earth a happy 14th birthday. We've loved learning about nature and all the different animals. To all the guides, cameramen, and people behind the scenes, thank you.
You unite people from all over the world and bring happiness into the rooms and homes of many. Thank you, Wild Earth. Wish you many happy years more to go, and I wish you a bright and sparkling future. Thank you so much.
You guys have done an amazing job over the years. We'll continue to support you the way you have supported us through these amazing sites. I'd like to give a big shout out to the guys as well. Thank you guys.
Thank you. I hope you go on forever.
I was quite surprised and excited to learn that I had won the Wild Earth prize for March. My wife and I started watching Wild Earth during the lockdown, just to allow us to get out of the day-to-day routine and enjoy some of the bush sightings. Our favourites, of course, are watching the birds when they show them sometimes, and especially the leopards. That's always nice to see on the show. She will definitely be going with me, and I'm sure we're going to enjoy all aspects of the prize, as we don't get out into the bush often enough. Thank you very much, Wild Earth.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Well, we have vacated the hyena den in quite a hurry. That was unbelievable. I've never experienced such a delayed smell that comes from a body before. It was delayed. They were already walking away, and then suddenly it's as if they left a stink bomb, and then they knew what was happening and they walked away. Anyway, now we are watching the beautiful sunset, magnificent colors. And those colors are a result, actually, of a nearby burn that's happening, a controlled burn. So remember we were talking about felt fires and how we make sure that doesn't happen? You do that by also having controlled burns. So you're burning fire breaks and things like that. So that's what's happening nearby, which means that there are larger particles in the air. And those larger particles reflect longer wavelengths of light. So things like yellows and reds, orange, all that. That's what gets reflected. And that gives us a very, very beautiful sunset. Now, if you're wondering why the sky is blue the rest of the time, that is as a result of Rayleigh scattering, which is basically the opposite happening. So small particles, and I mean tiny, tiny molecules, oxygen and nitrogen, namely, in the atmosphere, when light from the sun comes through, all the other long wavelengths pass through because these molecules are so tiny. But blue, short wavelengths, high energy, hit those tiny particles and reflect off, and that's what we see as blue. But now with the large particles reflecting most of the light, we see this gorgeous reddy color. In fact, if we could see violet light and ultraviolet, that's exactly what the sky would look like, because that's even higher energy, and those would reflect off those tiny, tiny molecules in the atmosphere, and the whole sky would be purpley. So imagine to some animals that can see UV light, like birds, they would see a sky that's violety. Isn't that amazing? I love thinking about things like this because it just reminds me how much the earth and everything around us controls the perception and the experience that we have, and how it can be different across so many different creations, different animals, different existences. Well, let's take a moment and enjoy this lovely sunset with the aid of the large particles in the air. And I seriously don't think that takes away from how beautiful things are. I think that science just makes it more beautiful because it tells you just how complex everything is. But now I am going to keep quiet so we can enjoy the sounds of the evening approaching. and the sights of the setting sun in the west. And just like that, she has escaped behind the Drakensberg Mountains. Stunning, stunning colors. Mitch, you say nothing beats an African sunset. Mitch, I totally agree with you. 100%. It's one of the things that I'm always very thankful for. The amount of sunrises and sunsets I get to see by working out here. So often when I'm back in the city or before this, you'd still be up when the sun is setting or sun is rising. But you don't get the opportunity to appreciate it and watch it in this way. It's one of the things I'm truly grateful for out here. The mountain looks like a really nice cake. I've been feeling for cake for the last week and a half. Can't you tell? I'm seeing the Drakensberg Mountain look like cake. All right, let's get going. That was beautiful. Just now, this is going to sound strange, thinking about cake and thinking about the first week. I was thinking about being in the city and how we don't get to see the sunsets that much, and then I thought of the city, and then I thought of cake, and I know that I can't get cake out here. I've got to go back to Joburg to get cake, and then I put my hand to the right as if I was in my normal car to turn the car on. Strange how the brain works. Okay, so we're on Cheetah Cut Line. Just gonna see. Oh, Kylie, you would like to know if I like the smell of a bull in must. I don't dislike it, I must admit. It's not in any way offensive to my senses. But it's not one that I would say buy if it was bottled up. But but it's definitely not offensive. It's not like any other smell I've smelled. Although I do think that when I smell wild dogs, they have a hint of that bull mustiness about them. I feel when I see a bull in must, the smell is not what gives me a little bit of a... It's more when you see that his legs and his penis sheath are all green from the constant dribbling, urine, bacteria, etc. That can be quite... makes you think, ooh. Oh. It was a slender mongoose. It was a little slender mongoose, though. Hi, Wesley. You'd like to know, well, which animal smell do I like? I think, Wesley, there's not one that I dislike. Smell of the animal. However, whatever bodily functions they like, I don't like the fart of any animal. Let me just be honest there. Instead of trying to be all nice about the language I use there, that's quite frank. Yes, no animal has a pleasant smelling kind of flatulence, especially hyenas. Yes. But I don't find any animals, actual animals, particularly smelly. That being said, I have never smelled a polecat or any kind of other smelly, I mean, namely a polecat here. But there are other smelly bits that animals can extrude on things, like a genet can. But I've never smelled those things. I think that's lucky I haven't smelled those things. So nothing smells offensive. Even the smell of a carcass, that kind of thing, it's not really not that terrible. I know I've been desensitized to things, those types of things, working in labs and having seen and worked on dead animals a lot. But yeah, I don't find it particularly offensive. If there's one I do like, I'm just trying to think if there's a particular one that I do like. No, they all kind of smell the same. A little bit like sweaty and fleshy. There's some that smell a little stronger than others, but I wouldn't exactly call it worse, you know. I will say though, if when it comes to gas, elephants are very, very, very gassy, but it doesn't smell of anything. I would know because I've had an elephant next to me that just decided to turn around and gas me. Anyway, why don't you ask Tristan if he has any animal that he particularly likes the smell of? Let's go over to him.
I think my favorite smell would have to be that of leopard urine, which sounds really weird, but it's true. It smells good, and it means that you're close. So that's always a nice thing. Well, we are actually on game drive this afternoon, despite what you might have all thought. It's been an afternoon of events. My name's Tristan on camera. I've got Gert this afternoon, and we're sitting at One-Eyed Pan at the moment. And the reason why we're sitting at One-Eyed Pan at the moment is purely because we've been sitting with Tavangumi for the last little while, but we just cannot find signal anywhere with him. It's exactly the same spot we had him 2 days ago, but yet this time, for some reason, and this is why I think I could never be a technician, because in 2 days you have issues that pop up that are pretty much inexplicable. Anyway, well, hopefully he's going to move and we'll get him again. In the meantime, let's send you back across to Trish.
Oh no, Tristan. Tristan, you're going to be a little bleak about this too. Found our girl again. Beautiful Kalamba. We were just on Cheetah Cut Line talking about gas and no tracks, anything like this. I wanted to go to Buffelshoek Dam and check it out. But here's a beautiful girl. Hello, Kalamba. It's nice to see you twice in one day. Let's just reverse it so we can get our front on for more or for longer. It's always nice to be on a straight road because then we can reverse safari. Yay! I found out something that I do like the smell of and that I will purposely smell, and that is the urine of a leopard. It smells good, guys. Sometimes it's stronger than other times. Look at that. Tristan said the same thing. Sometimes I will purposely go and smell it out. It's really nice. Hot buttered popcorn. It seriously smells like that. It smells like you're at the movies. Michelle, you love this leopard girl, so do I. She's my, I do love her. I mean, it's so hard to choose a favorite leopard, you know that. But I do love her, and I think she's my spirit leopard. Of the leopards we have here, there's just something about her. She's all fresh and spunky and I don't know. I really like her. She's got this, it's kind of like, she's vivacious, you know? We're backing up for you, my girl, so we can get a nice front on of you the whole time. Looks like you're on a bit of a patrol, aren't you? This is also a nice time to follow leopards, instead of when it's really dark and it's also not in color. Let's just do that. She's doing her usual. This is actually her mother's usual route. Cheetah Cut Line to the south. Shame, Tristan's been looking in that block and then he finally left. Because he had nothing, and then we just come here and she pops by. Can you please go and visit Tristan? He's been wanting to see you. Do you know that? Okay, I'm gonna let you pass this time. Oh, who's a pretty girl? Such a clever girl. Such a pretty girl. You are a star. Absolute beauty. Just wait for her to get a little bit further behind the vehicle before I start up. So don't give her a fright. Because now the sound will be coming from behind her. Isn't that lovely? Everyone's glad to see her. I'm very happy too. I'm just going to call her in quickly because we literally found her just as you came to us, just before that. Stations have located Thalamba. She's heading south on Cheetah Cut Line. First to respond, will you please control? She's on a patrol, so she's just heading south. No respondents? That's great. I'll find a nice patch and then we'll go back in front of her. What I also like following a leopard like this, or the other reason I like following a leopard like this, is because she's not hunting. Justine, you'd like to know if I think that she's patrolling her territory? Certainly. This is exactly what she's doing, Justine, which is why she's walking in a straight, along a straight road. She's scent marking as she goes. She's not really interested in too much else. She's definitely scent marking. Standing by, Monet.
Sorry, I didn't copy your last message. What was your update there?
Thalamba heading south on Cheetah Cut Line.
Copy, where is where? I'm not far from there. Can I possibly come and join there, please?
Yes, you can. Space for one more. She's just steadily heading straight to the south. She's on Junction Mamba Cheetah Cut Line at the moment. Monet, can I ask you to please control, because I'm still live?
No problem.
What nice people we have around here. Alright, let's try and get around her. Ooh. Oh, I thought she was turning down Mamba, but no, she's leaving a little present. Will you turn down Mamba? Precious? Okay. Oh well, there she goes. Let me just update here quickly while you have a good look at her. Let me send a quick update. But she most definitely is patrolling. She's that's her exact behavior. We have no idea where the den site is at the moment, by the way. So as soon as she gets off the road, we won't follow her because I'm not sure whether she's going to a den site or anything like that. So this is why this is perfect. Look at that scent marking, beautiful. Beautiful. So that's the reason we're gonna be very happy to just stick with her like this, and I think that you all can appreciate that too. Busy radio.
Copy, thank you.
Monet. Stations update on Thalamba. She's now heading west on Mamba Road. Hi, Claire. Let's have a quick look here. She looks a little bit interested in something that was going on here. Claire, you'd like to know if I think that she's more successful than Kuchava? Well, at the moment, no, because Kuchava has had litters, and this is Thalamba's first litter. So essentially, when it comes to the success of an animal, if you can say one is successful and one is not, success is ultimately determined by how many offspring they have and whether they have any offspring. So at the moment, biologically, Kuchava is more successful than Kalamba. So she has her son, who has survived past 2 years old, you know, so that's pretty successful. So how Kalamba does with this little one will determine how successful she is. If we're talking about hunting, if we're talking about keeping a territory, maintaining a territory, things like that, then we can have a discussion, we can have a debate over one being more successful than the other. But biologically, Kuchaba has raised a son to pretty much to maturity, or independence rather. So she is more successful at this moment. Okay, well, in she's gone, or almost. She's just hunting at the moment.
The station just come behind of me.
Let me just update the vehicle behind me. She's just gone flat hunting. As you can imagine, it's quite a busy sighting. But I certainly don't want to put pressure on her. So we'll see what happens. I didn't see her come out on the other side of the bush, and I can't see what it is that she's hunting. So it's just going to be a waiting game for now. We will be able to see if she moves. But for now, it's just a bit of a waiting game. I will need to just pull off to the side here, though, to let other vehicles have a view. Hi, Jerome. You'd like to know how I can tell the difference between hunting behavior and patrolling? Oh, someone wasn't hunting. Someone was just rolling around. So hunting behavior is when she'll crouch down, just exactly like she did, actually. She'll crouch down, and then she'll be very focused on something, but she won't be moving. And when she does move, she'll move kind of like something that has very short legs. I'm sure you'd have seen your cat do this if you've got one, but you'll see her move with very, very short legs, close to the ground. And that's hunting behavior, which is completely different to, and she won't be sawing, she won't be marking her territory, or anything like that when she's hunting. Obviously, patrolling can become hunting if she sees something she's interested in, but the actual behaviors are very different. When she's stalking, you'll know it immediately. Very careful, very focused. And that tail will wiggle from side to side as she tries to figure out what she wants to do. But what is she doing now, guys? She's trying to mask her scent. Or at least that's what the books say. But sometimes I think Kalamba just does this for fun, where she rolls around in the grass. It could be that she's got an itch, but there's also quite a bit of buffalo dung around here, so she could be rolling to mask her scent, or just having a bit of fun, a bit of an itch that needs a scratch. is some cutie. And off she goes. Hi Rick, you'd like to know how many cubs a female leopard will have in their lifetime? It obviously depends on how many are possible for her to have and how much she actually has. Two different things. I'm just going to let her walk off because I've got to let the other vehicles have a view. But they'll usually have a litter every 2 years. After that, they have reached maturity. So they might have maybe 5 or 6 litters in them. Maybe, and then obviously more if you want to, if they want to. There'll be more if they've lost a litter, then they'll come into estrus quicker, so then that 2-year gap doesn't apply. And also, they can have cubs, or they can reproduce for as long as they're alive after they've reached maturity. Okay, she's tucked into. Sorry, that was very distracted of me trying to reverse, trying to see what that vehicle's doing at the same time. I will answer that question properly in a moment, but she's ducked in to this bush, so I'm going to just stand by and see what happens. But I'm sending you over to Tristan and some impalas that are fighting.
Well, we're sitting with 2 impala rams that are right, and that's because this is as much as we've been managing to find since we've left Tabangumi. He still is static exactly where we left him, so I'm hoping that he'll move. He's got a massive fat full tummy, so he's obviously been chomping down on one of these impalas the last couple of days since we've seen him, because he is like a little beach ball at the moment, so I don't expect too much movement from him. He's not like he was the other day where every impala sort of sound was attracting his attention. He's far more relaxed and taking it easy. So I don't hold out that much hope for him moving again. And like I say, where he is where he is. There's nothing I can do or change about it. So we're just kind of milling about on the western side of Djuma in the hope that he does move. But also, you never know where we're sitting right now. These 2 males that are busy pushing each other around is exactly where Kara was. So it could very well be that, Kara pops out. We know Tingana moves around this area too, so it's possible. Fiona, what percentage or how often do impala fights end in fatality or injury? Excuse me. They very seldom, especially you can see that's a lot of posturing and a lot of kind of head throws, and the clashes are, kind of fairly gentle at this stage. It's really only when there's females and the males are really challenging each other, and even then the fatality, I would imagine, must be less than 1% of all the times that they clash horns. What happens though is that if you look at their horn structures, it's difficult in this light to see it, but you'll notice that they've got a very ridged set of horns, so lots of kind of little steps on them, and those are designed like that so that when they clash horns, that they don't slip as much and therefore don't injure each other as badly. But every now and then horns will get kind of intertwined and they can break each other's neck, or you'll get a horn that just slips off as the one is turning and pierces the abdomen or the lung, and you end in a situation where that animal dies from it. But it's not that common. It's not, like I say, it's not a lot of them that die from this. What does happen though, and where probably the percentage of kind of fighting impalas could lead to death, is in that predators hunt them when they're doing this. You can see that these 2 boys are not paying that much attention. They're too busy focused on one another, and every now and then they look around. But if they get into a really serious clash and they're actually hitting their horns and going crazy, they don't pay attention to what's going on around them, and things like leopards, cheetah, wild dogs, lions can get in very quickly and grab them. So a lot of male impala are killed because of the fight. So it's an indirect death. It's not because of each other, but more because of the predator itself. And in those I mean, what the percentage is on that, I actually have no idea. It wouldn't be a high percentage either. I reckon even 1% or 2% of the fighting impalas are actually killed. If we take it per fighting bout, because remember that, these guys clash horns multiple times in a day. It's amazing to watch them. Interestingly enough, I was talking to one of the guys from the Sabi Sands that does the ecology, and he was saying to me that the impalas in the southern Sabi Sands around the sort of Lion Sand, Sabi, that area, have started rutting at all yet. They're all very quiet and just milling about. Excuse me. Sorry. But up here, they've been full rut for a number of weeks now already, which is intriguing to me. I thought, that it would have been throughout the Sabi Sand system. Maybe because the south, or the lodges in the south, maybe received slightly more rain. They haven't quite triggered into the rut just yet. See a car, or hear a car coming past. And that's that. These guys have broken apart, and now one male's gone one way and the other one's gone the other way. End of fight. I don't see any females though, so I don't know what they've won for it, but we'll keep going and let's see what else we can find. Maybe we'll get lucky with Shadulu's a no-go. She's at Arathusa airstrip, so we know she won't come across. But you never know, the likes of, like I say, Tingana, Tortoise Pan, any of them. The Inkahuma Pride, for those that are interested, are still south in Little Gari Hoffmans. They've got cubs there now, so they're not going to move too far, I don't think. Then, what else has been around? The buffalo herd, they around Treehouse Dam. Those two Kruger males haven't been found this afternoon, but were last seen at First Rock. Their kind of movement today is as far east as we've ever seen them, and this afternoon I did a little loop around towards that area before coming north, and we had tracks for them on central Drakensberg Junction, which is way, 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 way away from where they're normally seen. It's just intriguing stuff. I don't know why they've moved that far. Maybe they're following a female, not sure, or they're just feeling like there's vacant space for them. But hopefully that movement in will eventually start to get them nice and relaxed. Yeah, all the girls are. No wonder they were fighting. Lots and lots of females milling about. Now they're all very alert because the male impala that was fighting is slowly making his way back and is horning some bushes to my left here, so it's making a bit of a noise, which is why everyone was looking. All right, well, we're going to carry on. Let's see, maybe we'll get lucky and something else will be out and about. Hopefully we will get Tabangumi on screen at some point.
Hi, this is Jane Breckenridge Bryant, and I'm wishing Wild Earth a very, very happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth. All the way from New Zealand.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for bringing the beauty and the wonder of the African bush to us here each day in Arizona.
Oddly, my birthday is April 27th, and I had it first. We've both been given a gift, I think, for our birthdays. That little leopard cub that is so sweet. Happy birthday, Wild Earth. Keep up the good work.
I've been watching Wild Earth for just over a year, and you guys are my sunrise and sunset. This is sunset over the Hokianga Harbour.
Peavy here says he loves watching the ostriches, but those cheetahs really scare him. He's such a big baby. Happy birthday, Wild Earth.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with Wild Earth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Chitwa's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at and beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through and beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Still just bumbling along. It's going to be, I think, a fairly long evening on this side without, hopefully, well, say that, I mean, you never know what can be around the next corner, but as I say, there wasn't much else kind of tracks-wise around here, and we're starting to get a little too far south for Cara at this stage. It's not to say that she doesn't come this way, but she very seldom have we seen her down here. It's always up at the top there, close to where Tavangumi is at the moment. So it's going to be interesting if we pick up anything this side. I don't think we'll find Mulawati either because his tracks went all the way south into Hofmans from the dam cam where he was drinking this morning. So I doubt he'll be back, and apparently the tracks that they picked up from our side went through and then joined with a female. So I don't know if he's found Sabui or if he was following Shidulu or something like that. It's possible. But I doubt we'll see them our side, unfortunately, or him our side. And like I say, the lions really, well, they're not around. One bit of good news is there's a cheetah to the south of us again on Hofmans. It's not close to the boundary, but you never know. They can easily pop over at some point. It's the same cheetah that's being seen quite a lot around Arethusa, Airstrip. And then Hofmans is a property that's got lots of big open clearings, so nice place for a cheetah to spend some time. It doesn't surprise me that they are seeing that cheetah there quite a bit. So hopefully that for the morning will be nice. Dogs are also still quite a long way away, so we're not going to see dogs, I don't think, for the next couple of days either. The leopard dynamic at the moment is fascinating. Something's going to have to give on the male front at some point. Oh, hello, Scrub here. Are you going to stay there for me so that we can actually film you? Or are you going to now run into a place where it's difficult? Little Scrub here there. Nice to see a live one. The last one that I saw was most definitely not as sprightly as this fella. The last one that I saw was looking rather unwell. Generally, when you take one's head off and its front legs, there really isn't much that will look very good at that point. See how they're feeding. It's always typical to see scrub hares out this time of the day. They start emerging from the long grass and they start then feeding on all kinds of little forbs and grasses and try and kind of get the nutrients that they need. Now remember that in winter, these guys, it's not so much in summer they don't do it, but in winter what they'll do is they'll actually eat this dry grass and they'll chew it, and because they aren't able to regurgitate like what you would see from a ruminating animal, these guys defecate, so they poo, and then they just eat their poo and reprocess it, and that's just to make sure that they basically get every little bit of nutrients that they can out of the grasses or forbs that they're eating. I don't know, you guys don't need to worry for it. Hello, you're going to come say hello? Sorry everybody, I'm in the way here. Don't need to worry for a scrub here. They are armed with some defenses of their own. Yes, they get eaten a lot. Unfortunately, that is the life of a prey animal, especially one as small as a scrub hare. But you see they've got nice big long ears, long legs. I'm sorry guys, I'm trying to get out the way as much as possible, but it's making our life difficult. And are incredibly fast and agile. And so they're able to evade predation pretty easily. Well, not pretty easily, but they do evade it pretty well. So you don't have to worry about them too much. This little scrub hare will be just fine, I think. And also, at this stage, there's nothing out here for the scrub hare to worry about. Potbelly Tavangumi is certainly not going to be a worry for this guy right now. I don't think he would be able to even run with the size of his tummy. He might be able to roll towards it, but I don't think he'll be able to run. So that's not too much of a stress. And like I say, Shadulu's far away. So it'll just really be Kara, and Tingana's not going to be hunting scrub hares, I can tell you that much. That's a young man's game to chase down animals of that speed. So as long as it avoids things like Faroe's eagle owls and, civets, it should be all right. Okay, while we carry on and see what else we can find and pick up, let's send you across to Trish, which is bumbling now after seeing the princess.
I have smile to offer. At the moment, obviously, we've left Kalaba. She's in the middle of the block. I didn't think it was... We didn't have a visual that would not have disrupted her hunting. Otherwise, me crashing through is definitely not going to be helpful. So we decided to leave. I feel a little bit extra sensitive when it comes to her because she's got this extra little mouth to feed. And I just feel with her I'd rather be extra cautious. And I feel that way with her more than any other leopard because she's got this brand new cub. So, yeah, that was my decision. Hopefully she gets a good meal tonight, since her leg was not sufficient this morning. Also, we see those lions, and they were big lions. And if I were her, I would also want to get away, and I'd drop my drumstick or chicken leg or whatever and run as well, even if they were just in the same block as me, not necessarily coming after me. So I'm glad that she was safe in that situation. Tomorrow morning, I hope that Tristan will be able to spend some time with her, or maybe she'll have a kill, which would be awesome, because if she does have a kill, means we could sit with her for a while. Anyway, speaking of Tristan, let me send you over.
We're still just bumbling. We haven't gotten very far at all. It's amazing. There was water in this little pan that I've just gone past now. 3 nights ago. And it's all dried up already. It just goes to show how quickly things are drying with the amount of wind and even heat that we've had of late. I mean, I know we say it's been cold in the mornings, but the days have actually been pretty nice. Around the 30 degree, late 20s. And so with wind and heat like that, things will dry up quite fast, and it's actually nice to see it drying. It was a wet summer for many months, so it's nice just to have a bit of kind of drier conditions. The good thing with that is that all these small little wallows and things like that are going to dissipate hopefully pretty quickly, and then we'll start to see these big dams are going to become a whole bunch more productive. When there's no water in the Mulawati and there's no water at Chelapan and all these little mud wallows spread around the place, you're going to find that's when the animals are going to start coming to these bigger dams, and we're going to get a lot more success at the likes of Twin, Treehouse, Buffelshoek and Gari and on Djuma, Leadwood Dam on Torchwood, and then Kaiamanzi Big Dam. Those ones on Buffel's Hook. You'll find the animals are going to spend a lot more time around them, just to kind of find the water that they need, which will be good for us. It means we see a lot more movement of the cats, particularly. Leopards are probably the prime exponents. Sorry. Insect to the eye, not ideal. The prime exponents of using any little bit of water anywhere to drink, that they don't actually have to show themselves that much. So it'd be nice to have the drier conditions coming back again. Surprised though that we haven't seen. I was actually thinking about it today when I was driving around this morning, and we were tracking quite a lot this morning and following tracks for quite a while, and I was thinking that it's quite strange. I haven't seen a lot of tracks for porcupines of late. Now normally porcupines tracks are all over the place. We find them pretty regularly, but for some reason in the last couple of days I haven't noticed many tracks for them. There's a lot of tracks for civets and honey badgers, but porcupines, not a lot, which is surprising. I would have thought we would have seen their tracks starting to come out too. They, move around a lot, particularly places where you get Tambuti groves. You often find their tracks heading in those directions. And we've spent a lot of time in the last few days tracking around the Mulawati. So I would have thought I would have picked up their tracks there, but not much so far. Also haven't seen many aardvark tracks the last few days. They're normally also quite prolific, funny enough. Even though we don't see them, their tracks are normally all over the place. This area that we're in now, often find their tracks just going down towards kind of Zoe's side, into those blocks. And then just on my right hand side here, there's a big grove of black monkey orange and a lot of aardvark burrows inside there, that they often find tracks kind of cutting off this road into that section over there. I wonder if we're going to spot a whole bunch of chameleons tonight. Oh, there's a little owl. Hello, owlie. It's a little pearl spotted owl that's in the thing. As soon as Gert's got it with the infrared, I'll take the spotlight off. It's a little pearl spotted owlet. I really enjoy these little guys. I've been struggling to get them on camera. We hear them a lot, but obviously don't get them that often. They're easily overlooked, unfortunately, and because of how dense the bush has been of late, if they sit in a way where you're not really paying attention, you can kind of miss them completely. But as things are starting to kind of dry out, so we're starting to see them again, you can see those little black spots. Well, you could when it was sitting. Little black spots. It's landed just up in front. Let's see if we can get another view of it. You can just see those little black spots on the back side of the head here. That's very typical for the species. It's one of the easiest ways to ID them as opposed to the barred owlet. Let's see if it will stay. That's the top left there. Bush Bubba, so the thing, listen. That's very, very cool. Just listening to hear if another one responds. Can hear a scops owl calling, but no pearl spotted has replied yet. If it calls again. Sorry, I'll get to the... No, it's gone now. Alright, so the thing with the spotlights is that It's landed up in front again. Let's go again and see if it calls. It feels like we're just going to have a little game with this. The thing about spotlights is that I've spoken to various people, some that are in veterinary, and they say that the spotlights aren't that damaging, but that there is definitely a response by the eye. And you can see with some animals that shining a spotlight directly into their eyes for long periods of time, they start blinking, they start looking like they're uncomfortable. And that's the same for us. You know, if strong light is shone into your eye when you're in the darkness, there's no doubt that it causes a blinding effect for a while. So while it's useful to just kind of pick up an eye shine, it's not great from a point of view of blasting it in their face. And if you go on a safari, what you'll see is most of the trackers, because trackers generally are the ones using the spotlights, is that they'll basically shine the light in front of the animal. So they'll try and shine it so that the light is kind of hitting the feet and chest. And then the periphery of that light and the bounce up from the road is illuminating the face enough for people to see the animal. So that's the idea behind the spotlight, is to try and not do that. It's why here we've started to use, obviously, infrared. We don't use our spotlights at all when viewing animals. The only time we have our spotlights out is just to be able to spot things. I mean, we would never have seen this owl if it wasn't for a spotlight. And also, you know, we need to be able to see where we're going. But as soon as we get into sightings, we've stopped doing it. And what I think, and I hope that maybe at some point people will start doing a lot more, is on our little cars, we've got little floodlights as opposed to spotlights. So we have these small little lights on the edges of the car. I'm sure you guys have seen them. They look like little hippo ears on the sides of Wendy and Rusty, little black kind of boxes almost. And those are little LED floodlights. And so when you're in a sighting, if obviously we don't use it much because of the infrared, but if we're with guests, if there's other cars in the sighting with us that have guests, instead of them using the spotlight, we just put the floodlight on for them, and they can see really nicely the animal, but it's not blinding the animal, it's just illuminating the area, and the animal itself doesn't have to feel like there's a kind of concentrated light on it, which is a lot better. And I think a lot of the cars are going to start, or I hope will start doing that. I know because of these vehicles, many of the other vehicles in this area, in the northern sector, so Buffelshoek, Tortured, they've started putting them on their cars, and rather than sitting in a sighting with a spotlight on, just flick one of these on, and everybody in the whole sighting can see, so there's no need for 4 or 5 spotlights or whatever it may be to be shining on the animal. You can see, like when I turn this one here on the left off, so you see how it just kind of illuminates the area rather than a concentrated spot. And so we use those a lot. If there's people in our sightings with us, it also means that the spotlight doesn't irritate our infrared and our poor camera. You're trying to show you an animal and keep things because spotlight huge amounts of issues when you're in infrared. It's not helping. All right, so our little pearl spotted owlet. No, there it is. Hello, little guy. You're going to just sit here. This is the coolest owl sighting I've had in a long time. Normally they fly off and they go far, but this guy's just literally flying from tree to tree with us and staying fairly close by. I think you were right there, you're right, straight in the middle. Up a little bit, there we go. There's those little false eyes on the back to deter predators. So yeah, the thing with the spotlights is I think use them sparingly. They are a useful tool in finding animals at night, but at the same time, they need to be used responsibly and sparingly. Don't keep them blinding an animal. I'm pretty sure it was not comfortable for any of these creatures to have spotlights in their eyes for long periods of time. A quick flash over is not that bad, but we try and be as ethical as possible out here. And we're learning, as time has gone on, the whole guiding industry and safari industry is trying to make better, trying to go in the right directions in order to make things better. So, try and off-road with more kind of, what's the word for it? With more selective off-roading. Be careful of where you're driving. Make sure you're not driving over sensitive soils. Make sure you're not driving over sensitive trees. Spotlighting. All these kinds of things are things that slowly but surely, as time is going on and people are understanding what we're doing, we need to kind of get better and change and mix it up, and eventually, hopefully, we'll get to a point where we're doing, right by the animals. We certainly, I don't think anybody out here ever tries to do anything with malicious intent, well, that's actually not true. I have seen guides do some really bad stuff. But for the most part, most guides, let's say, generally try not to disturb the animals too much. And we sometimes all get it wrong. You know, every now and then you'll come around a corner and you kind of, something's in the road and it has to move out the road for you. And those are just unavoidable situations. But where possible, I think it's important that we all try and remember, and this is to all of you that are being up-and-coming guides or want to be guides, is to remember that, you know, the animals should always come first. And so no matter what you're doing out here, when you're moving around, when you're driving, when you're doing all these things, it's just, you know, put yourself in that shoe. Would you enjoy if somebody was driving too close to you? Would you enjoy, you know, somebody that speeds past you? Would you enjoy loud noises? All these kinds of things are important to keep in mind. And then, you know, if you think of it like you're the actual animal, generally you'll understand very quickly how ethical you need to be. And even when being ethical, I think you always got to try and err on the cautious side rather than, you know, it'll be fine kind of side. So rather be a little bit further back than too close. Anyway, that's a long discussion about ethics, and it is a very, that could be talked about. It's I think one of the thornier parts of this industry that a lot of people try and avoid talking about. It's easy not to talk about it because it requires that you look at yourself a lot, and generally when you do that, you find that you're guilty of your own, you know, your own misdemeanors at times, and that you need to kind of look at yourself and try and accept those things and be better for it. I think that's how I feel about it anyway, is that it's okay to make mistakes, but just try to learn from them. All right, we'll try to sit with our owl for as long as possible. Why not? It's a cool sighting, and hopefully he'll kind of keep just flying down the road. It'd be cool if we get it to call again and maybe even see it hunting.
My name is Sharon Walker. I live in Gauteng, and I started watching you guys last year in the hectic lockdown. I was desperate to be back in the bush.
Happy 14th birthday, Wild Earth. I just want to thank you for everything you guys do for us day in and day out.
Hi, I'm Linda Pauly, and I live in Ellsworth, Maine.
You've helped me through some really, really rough times, and I will always continue to support you.
I wish I could be there in the bush with you. It must be absolutely wonderful to do what you do. As a school teacher, what an opportunity to teach in such an environment. If I had my life to live all over again, I definitely wouldn't be teaching. I'd be in the bush. Have a wonderful birthday. Go well, and see you on the wild side.
Just want to wish Wild Earth a very, very happy birthday and many, many more. Thanks for helping to keep me going all these years.
For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
We're still with our owl, and can you believe it? And I was saying just now, it's just flown now. I think it's gone too far for us to carry on following it. But I was about to say to you, we actually saw it hunt. Can you believe it? It literally took off from its perch and tried to grab a moth that was in the tree next to it, and was like fluttering in the tree and fighting, and then came back out and landed and seemed to lose whatever it was that it was trying to get. But that was very epic. I don't think we've had lasted that long of a pearl-spotted owlet. I can't offhand think of one in my time at Wild Earth, so that was really cool to see. Thanks, little pearl owlet. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Cute little birds, aren't they? And you think that little bird is only kind of 18 centimeters tall. It gives you a bit of an idea of how little they are. That's why they're difficult to spot, you know, and they sit right up against the bark of a tree with their back to you and just sit dead still. During the day, you don't pick them up that easily at all. Scopsals, though, African scopsals are really good at hiding very, very clearly. I'm going to show you just here quickly. So the buffalo the other day came through here. It's a while ago now, but if you have a look here, you can see what buffalo can do to an area. This whole section is where they were lying down the one day. And you can see, look how clear it is. If you look in the background, you can see the grass, how long it is, where they were not lying, whereas where they were. That's why buffalo are such an important animal to have during the kind of winter period, because they clean everything. So they eat and chew, but what they don't chew, they kind of trample down, and they leave these nice big clearings that start to develop. And this is kind of what you want, because by the next summer, this will grow nicely back again, but it keeps the grass kind of short enough during the winter that we can see what's going on. If they didn't come through here and the grass just stayed tall all the time, eventually, you know, it would be an area that a lot of animals won't utilize. Whereas these little clearings that develop, things like impalas and kudu and warthogs and all those kinds of things start to feed on here. Particularly at night, you'll find impalas and those kind of things coming onto it. Not so much warthogs. But they move onto it and they utilize it, and it becomes just more areas are utilized rather than everything just concentrated in one space, which is good. It's good for the environment. It means that also those animals that do utilize it, they defecate in this area, which fertilizes the soil, adds nutrient value, and so eventually you get a situation where, you know, the area benefits from it, and next year when the grass grows, it will be nice quality grasses rather than just, you know, old dead stuff from the year before and then thing. but the buffalo are really the ones that are in control of that. Right, where to from here? I don't even actually know where I want to head from here. Out apparently is hardly moving. So I'm really not actually sure where I want to head at this stage. Maybe let's just do a loop. I don't even know what's there. We've got a while. We've got an hour still, so let's head southwards and then maybe go past Treehouse Dam. Maybe an off chance we get Mulawati coming back onto Djuma itself, that we can pick him up. Right, so you last little bit, but it sounds like out and about, so let's send you across to them.
Welcome back, everybody. So, as Craig and myself promised earlier on that we'll be looking for lions this afternoon, in which we did. And we did find them. But the only problem was that we had a bit of issues with signal or connection. As you would imagine, how difficult it is to film in Africa. So we apologize for that. So we moved from that area where we couldn't get any signal at all, and we're gonna be heading east now, looking for some nocturnal animals. And animals that we might come across at nighttime like this will be your porcupines, Also, leopards tend to move around as well. African wild cats are the smallest cats that we have here. Some other species of birds like Verreaux's eagle owls, spotted eagle owls, some barred owlets, even some caracals if you're lucky, chameleons, to name a few. So those are the animals that we'll be keeping an eye out for. So we know of this one particular female leopard in this area where we are driving now. So actually 2 days back we saw her, and she looks like her mammary glands were actually thick. So it actually looks like she has a den. Looks like she has youngsters somewhere around in this area. I mean, a leopard like that, you know, very, very early in the morning, they wouldn't move much, especially when they have youngsters. Because remember, one thing here in Ngala, we have a lot of hyenas and other animals that could potentially, you know, kill those youngsters. So she'll only move out when it starts to get a little bit warm, when some of these animals are starting to settle down. So she'll move around and try to look for food. But for now, as we look for this leopard, I'm gonna send you to Trishala. I think she found something exciting for you guys.
Right, well, we're sitting now with the chameleon. There are so many of these guys around at the moment, it's ridiculous. I think the other night I counted like 15 of them and just driving around. But this particular individual, which is not that easy to see behind the Peltiforum leaves, is a massive chameleon. This is as big as they get. I don't want to get out and disturb it, but I would reckon that chameleon is probably maybe the size of my hand. So it's about as large a chameleon as you'll ever see out here. It's completely curled up at the moment, tail in, whole body is hunched, which is quite typical for this time of the year. The evenings are starting to get cold for them, and being obviously cold-blooded animals, it affects them a little bit, and so they try and hunch up just to stay as warm as possible, and to stay nice and kind of, well, to stay alive, basically. Yeah, once the temperatures really start to get properly cold and the insect activity dies down, then we'll start to see them estivating and going down into burrows in the ground and kind of staying away for the winter and then only coming out next summer. The one thing that I think is keeping them out, though, even though we've had a couple cold snaps, is that there's still a huge amount of insects out here. I've been very surprised the last few days, particularly since we had that thunderstorms, just how many insects there are. They're still very prolific. They're not quite the summer numbers, but it's not bad, and that's why these guys, I think, are still making use of it. At the end of the day, if they've got a food source that they can get and that the days are warm enough and they're not having to worry too much about temperatures plummeting too far at night, might as well take advantage of that food source and eat as much as you can before you have to go into your little sort of state of, what would we call it? Laziness? No, it's not laziness. Self-preservation is probably a better way to put it. As the food dries up and as it gets cold, better to try and kind of take it easy. But if you can pack on a bit of weight and get the nutrients beforehand, well, why not? Difficult to kind of make out the head in this particular one, but you can just see the eye every now and then sort of peering at us through those leaves. It was fast asleep when we arrived. It didn't even open its eye. And every now and then now you'll see the little eye glint just behind those leaves on the right hand side. You can see it's a bit of a wind blowing this evening, so this chameleon's been blown about a bit, but it's really taking it very, very easy. It's not even looking like it wants to hunt or anything like that. They typically actually aren't hunting much at night. Every now and then they will, but a lot of their hunting is taking place during the day. Remember that relying on eyesight is an important part of a chameleon's perception to be able to shoot that tongue out. Harry, this is the only species of chameleon that we get here in this part of the world, so yes, they're the biggest, but that's here for this section. They are not the biggest chameleon in the world. There's chameleons in Madagascar that make these guys look very little. So, for us, this is the only species that we see. I think in Tswalu they have a few different ones, but here it's only the flap-neck chameleons. I know at Pinda, I think they get 2 or 3 species down there. I'm not 100% sure. They got the dwarf and the flap-neck there, and I can't remember if there's a third one. But in this part of the world, it's only these flap-necks. And in terms of the flap-necks, this is a very large individual. More likelihood a little female. I can hear also another creature coming down the road here that is most definitely in love with this particular animal. Its name is Tswalu. It's slowly approaching, so what I might do is let her have her chameleon. I know how much she loves them. She goes crazy for chameleons, so if I can let her have a chameleon, she'll be super, super excited. Although I'm pretty sure there's many chameleons in this area, and so we'll see if she wants it. We'll ask her. Hello, Tswalu. Would you like a chameleon? I am live, but would you like a chameleon? Eh? Yes.
Would you like to let everyone know that we've broken our IR light?
Oh, wonderful. Okay, then you won't want a chameleon. Okay. Okay. All right, wonderful. Thank you, Tswalu. So Tswalu has unfortunately had a whoopsie with her infrared light and has no longer got the infrared capability, so she doesn't want a chameleon because she can't actually show you the chameleon. I think she's on her way back to camp now to try and see if she can't get that IR light sorted out. So no chameleon for Tswalu for now. I'm sure she'll spot some others with her spotlight at some point. Like I say, they are pretty much everywhere in this area. It's interesting also because during the rains we actually didn't see a lot of them. Terry, the feet are very cool. Kerry or Terry? Sorry if I got that wrong. The feet are very, very cool. I love how they kind of wrap around the branches. It looks like they're wearing little mittens, and then they've got their little mittens that they kind of wrap around with these little sharp claws. And, obviously we don't advocate ever to pick up chameleons. It's a thing that a lot of guides do. We were talking about ethics earlier. It's a thing that a lot of guides do, and I understand it because they're trying to get their guests involved, and sometimes just a kid having a chameleon on its hand can be enough to give that kid, the lifelong dream of becoming a ranger. So I get that side of it. Sometimes tactile things with animals can really capture a child's imagination. But obviously the oils on our skin, the stress of picking it up, these are all things that we should probably try and avoid as much as possible. But every now and then there's unavoidable circumstances, and some of those unavoidable circumstances, and the only time that I typically will touch a chameleon is if a chameleon is crossing a road in a public space, so outside of the reserve. I generally will stop and move them, just because most cars couldn't care less for a chameleon and squash them. So rather stress the animal out a little bit than having it made into a pancake on the road itself. So that's the only time really that I move them, is if they're there, or if they're in someone's dwellings where the person themselves is very, very scared of them. Then sometimes I'll kind of go, grab them and just kind of put them back into a bush or something like that. But the point of my story is that when you grab or get these guys, you don't grab a chameleon, you just put your hand there and they walk on it. But when you have it on your hand, that little kind of claw, mitten hand structure that they've got, even though they do have toes, it's all quite close together and quite small, is super powerful. It's amazing actually how strong their grip is and how sharp those little claws are. They dig in and they kind of grip onto you with an iron fist, and then you kind of walk with them and they don't feel like they're going to actually fall at all. And even if they sway a little bit, you can actually feel the sort of body weight moving on your hand, but the grip stays firm and they're able to hold on at quite an angle actually, which always surprises me. So strong little creatures, and those little hands themselves, while they look flimsy and more kind of cute and mitten-like, they're actually got a bit of power behind them. What I also love with their feet is that they have these opposite toes. So, you know, on the front is different to the back. So they have 3 on the outside, 2 on the inside, 2 on the outside, 3 on the inside, basically. And why? It's probably due to with balance and gripping. But it's a very cool thing to see. You know, you would expect most animals to have the exact same foot structure or hand structure when they are perching creatures like these guys. All right, we'll leave our chameleon shining bright in amongst the wattle and go and see what else is out here. In the meantime, let's send you across to Tswalu.
Well, folks, we're glad you can join us again. Sky has cleared up a little bit. We did have quite a bit of thunder and lightning, and not a massive amount of rain, but enough to settle the dust. So you find us on a little bit of a nocturnal bumble, and in search of some of our smaller nocturnal friends. So the sun's been down for a little bit now. Still quite a pretty sky to our right, but it's definitely the change of the shift. And myself and Niels are on the scan. One never knows what you'll find. Very noisy this evening just after that storm. So it's like everybody's having a bit of a chatter, crickets and geckos. Even had the jackals calling. So the night orchestra is most definitely at full power. We're obviously looking just for our nocturnal species. Even though we have the IR system, we don't want to be bothering any of our daytime games. So, Simone, in big storms, you'll definitely find your game species, like your ground squirrels and your meerkats, and that bolting for their burrows. You know, we saw that oryx moving into a thicket to just try and stay out of the wind and the rain. So they definitely do try and stay out of the storm, especially if it was like the one we had where the wind is howling. You'll find game tries to get out of the way as best as it can. Obviously, if it's just a gentle rain, you'll often find a lot of species still moving around and carrying on with normal behavior. Funny, just to our right here, you can see it's still a bit light. So Anne has asked, are there any nocturnal antelope? By nature, your antelope species, Anne, are diurnal, but you will find some that will feed into the night, especially if times are tough in that. But a specifically only nocturnal animal in your antelope family, I definitely don't know of. You'll find most of your antelope species will start to kind of wind it down for the day. Although your desert species like our gemsbok and that do feed quite a lot in the early evenings because your vegetation has that much more moisture in it, which it hides in its bulbs and root systems during the heat of the day here in the desert. So Viola has asked, what has been my best sighting in Tswalu? I must admit it is a little bit of an easier question. There's one sighting that stands out more than any, and that was of a pangolin pup in daylight last winter. A first for me, and just an unreal experience. You know, watching this little guy wander out on his own at such a young age and completely comfortable and just carry on in his mission was something truly special. Otherwise, I think a close second, Viola, would be the first time we went aardvarking, quite a strange term I'm sure, down in the southern side of Tswalu, and it was the first time I'd ever seen aardvark on foot and was able to take photos. It was a incredible experience. But I think our little pangolin pup is definitely the star for me. It was a very humbling, very unreal experience. A little bit quiet at the moment, nobody out and about, but you never know what's around the next corner. Niels is going mad with his spotlight in the back there. Just looking for anything we can share with you of our nocturnal friends here in the desert. So we're going to continue our mission, see if we can't find something cool to share with you all, and just enjoy the bumble. But for now, we're going to send you across to Trish, who's also on a bumble. Enjoy!
As you would have heard with Tristan, our IR light is... well, it almost swung off the bracket, so we can't show you anything besides my face. But that's okay, because we can still be out and about, and maybe we find something and we let Tristan know. In fact, we just found a southern white-faced owl, and then I sent Tristan a pin, and I said, southern white-faced owl, western side of the road. And as I was doing that, I had my head down for just a couple seconds, and then not a sound, not a single sound lifted up my head, and he was gone. And that just speaks to the stealth of owls. They can move through the air without a sound. It was epic. It was pretty cool. So now what we're doing is just looking around. Vix, you'd like to know why some are called owlets when they're the same size? Well, there's only 2 owlets we get here, and they're both smaller than the other owls. I'm not sure if there's a technical difference, but I always understood it as an owlet being a type of owl, but just one that's in a different size category. Pearl-spotted owlets are smaller than the African barred owlet, but still both are pretty small. When you think about the other owls we have here that are really big, like the eagle owls. So now I'm hoping to find a leopard or maybe a lion that I can just hand over to Tristan. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or what is that? Do you see that white thing? Morgan? Am I just not paying attention because I don't... oh no, it's little birdies. Sorry. Sorry, guys. But that was really cute. I needed the camera to see what that was. Sorry, little birdies, little helmet strikes. All together. In a little row. I thought it was just like a row of lichen. Obviously, I don't want to spotlight the helmet strikes. They're trying to sleep. Cute little things. They look like when all your cousins come over to stay and then you've got to sleep, you know, head to feet, so that you can all fit in one bed. That's what they look like. Very cool. All right, I'm going to keep on moving and see if I can find any other coolness that I can then send over to Tristan.
Hi, Wild Earth.
What does Wild Earth mean to us? It's a chance to view the outdoors when we're stuck inside. It's a community with a love of nature. It's a safari drive to start and end the day with.
Hello Wild Earth, I'm Julia and this is Merlin and we wish you happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Wild Earth. 14 years. Wow, who could believe that? I've only been watching since 2010, but boy have I enjoyed it. My name's Ginny Moore and I'm from Virginia. So thanks so much and happy birthday.
I started watching Wild Earth because I got so fascinated about the fact that I can see animals in the wild from my hometown in Germany as if I'm there, as if I would sitting next to the guide and would see the animals myself.
Happy birthday, Graham, Emily, Steph, Steve, and the rest of the Wild Earth family, from both of us and our new explorer.
Thank you, Wild Earth. I love you and I wish you all the best.
I was quite surprised and excited to learn that I had won the Wild Earth prize for March. My wife and I started watching Wild Earth during the lockdown, just to allow us to get out of the day-to-day routine and enjoy some of the bush sightings. Our favorites, of course, are watching the birds when they show them sometimes, and especially the leopards. That's always nice to see on the show. She will definitely be going with me, and I'm sure we're going to enjoy all aspects of the prize, as we don't get out into the bush often enough. Thank you very much, Wild Earth.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that? Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Well, it's an owly kind of night. As you can see, there's a Verreaux's eagle owl sitting in the road. We're very far from it, which is why you'll see that we're using a little bit of a spotlight just to show you quickly, because if I take the spotlight away, it turns into absolute darkness. I'll try to get a little bit closer, but I'm pretty sure this owl is going to fly away when we do. I thought at first it might be like a cat sitting with its back to us because of the way it was kind of protruding off of the dam wall at Treehouse Dam. But once we shone on it, we knew it was an owl. Maybe from here we'll have better luck. Let's try. I don't want to obviously put the light on if I can help it. Let's see, it's just kind of dodging us. I don't know how much you guys will be able to see other than glowing eyes. I know it can appear quite dark. Unfortunately, the infrared light is what I was talking about earlier, is a flood, not a spot. So it's really tricky to kind of see. I'll try and see if I can just give it a little bit of full light, just so you can kind of make it out a little bit better. But like I say, Rose Eagle Owl, largest of our owls. So we've seen the smallest of our owls, well, debatably the smallest of our owls, and the largest of our owls. It's quite a size comparison between the two. You don't realize it until you see one after the other, how much bigger these guys are. These are monster owls. And earlier when we were talking about that scrub hare, this is one of the animals that scrub hare would have to be careful of. These guys are hunters of scrub hares, genets, guinea fowl, even things like little wild dog puppies, a leopard cub if it's very, very small, lion cub if it's very, very small. These guys would be able to grab them. So they aren't finicky about what they go after. They are pretty much hunters of absolutely anything. I'm going to turn off my light because we are getting bombarded with insects sitting here. And you can see them coming through the frame every now and then. So Savar, who's 8 years old, I'm going to get to your question now, but I just want to show you something quickly before it goes too high. And I wish we had color for this, because there is the most beautiful moonrise coming over the dam wall here. Just trying to get a little bit towards where the moon is. Sorry, owl, I don't want to chase you away. Thank you, Gert. Gert's taken it out of infrared, so that's what the color of the moon is right now. Alright, so as you can see, the color is unbelievable in that moon right now. It is kind of blood red on the bottom, and then it goes into that sort of orange coloration, and it's just slowly making an appearance above the treetops. As I was saying a few days ago, this is the brightest moon we've had this year. It's one of the super moons, and it is spectacular in every shape and form. I love it when they come up with this kind of coloration. Now on the camera it's actually a little bit more yellow than what we're seeing it with our own eyes. Our own eyes, it appears a lot more orange, funny enough, than it does there. And you can just see the trees in the foreground. That's a few of the branches of a knobthorn that is kind of just in front of where that moon is going. And can you see how the moon is changing color and how quickly it's rising? Incredible, isn't it? You know, we obviously get very, very quick sunsets and sunrises here, but our moonrise is pretty fast too. I mean, you can see that branch is now almost kind of approaching the middle of the moon now. Amazing. Sometimes it's the smaller things in life that can be very intriguing. Our owl is still sitting there as well. It hasn't moved, which I'm surprised about. I didn't think it would let us get as close as we've gotten right now. So Savar, sorry, I got a bit distracted there with our whole thing with the moon and our owl, and you were asking about how do birds hear if they don't have ears. So I'm going to try and find it in my book, because we've got a light that should be able to show it to you, and it will give you a really good idea of what happens inside a bird, and you'll be able to understand a lot better what we're talking about if I can show it to you. Because like you say, without ears, it's tricky, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they would be able to hear very well, but actually, they do. Right, where is the diagram for their ears. Just trying to find it now. Sorry. It's not easy in the dark to be able to do all of this, I must be honest. We're on eggs, egg development. There's eyesight. So we're close now. Alright, here we go. I'm going to try and kind of show you how it all works. So here's actually a picture of an owl itself on the left hand side. So this is a nice kind of way that you can see. So the ear is underneath all of the feathers. Here is the ear over here, and the feathers kind of cover this edging, and you can't really see it very nicely at all. So what happens is the sound is able to be caught inside these ears. It's telling you here, you can see how the ears face up and down on an owl, so it can get sound from both below and above. But if we come across onto this side, this is the actual way that the ear works. So, I'm sorry, let me just push it in like that a little bit. There's the little canal that comes in. So the sound comes in, and then it goes through the eardrum, the ossicle, and then kind of down towards the cochlea. And all the vibrations that are produced by sound are worked out via all of this, and that connects to the brain, and the brain then can tell the bird what that sound is. Much like with us, it's the same thing. So if you see, that's how theirs is shaped. And now if you look at ours, this is a mammal down below here. They have a very similar way of dealing with it. So there's the canal that comes in, the eardrum, and there you've got your ossicles or stapes. We have 3 of them, a bird only has 1. And then we have the outer ear and the cochlea over there, which again connects to the brain. So very, very similar. It's just that you don't see the outer part of the ear. And they can still hear just as well as we can. This little diagram to the right here of the little kingfisher shows you actually where the little ear sits over there. So while you can't see it that well because of feathers, the ear is just underneath the feathers, and they can hear just as well as what we can. In fact, probably even better in some cases, given that they rely on their hearing. Interesting, isn't it? But now we're talking about owls, and I don't know if our owl is still there. They actually have the little facial disc as well, and that kind of assists with their sound and being able to localize where the sound is coming from. So if you look at this owl, you'll see it's got like a little black line around its face, and that's the little facial disc that just helps with trapping sound and then locating where it is. So it's like a little dish, and actually on the dam cam we have a little microphone, and that little microphone is dish shaped, and wherever it's pointing is the strongest sound. So a lot of you, when you say that you hear leopard or lions very, very close, if it's from behind the dam cam, so behind the microphone, it's much closer than you think. If it's in front of the microphone, it's actually much further than you think. So it's just with these guys, wherever they point their head, it allows them to localize exactly where the sound is coming from, and therefore find it. And you can just see with this owl, it's tricky, but you can just see on the edges of its head there, you can see slight little ear tufts, and the ears will be just below those. So they do have ears, just like we do, just can't see them as well as we can. This is the most obliging Burroughs eagle owl in the world. We've had the most obliging pearl-spotted owlet, and then the most obliging Burroughs eagle owl. We're fairly close to this owl now. It's not that far at all. Cool though, isn't it? Spoilt. Beautiful moonrise, 2 owls. We've done all right this evening. And a leopard. I know you guys didn't get to see Tavin Gumi, but, we had a nice sighting of him. He's such a pretty little cat, that. Beautiful, beautiful face, and still absolutely perfect, with no kind of cuts in the ears or scratches on the nose yet. Still looking very good. So James, who told me that they saw Nzatini recently? I spoke to somebody, I think one of the Simba Mealy guides. They said that they had Nzatini together with Markham Sava and Tortoise Pan. I think it was the 3 of them. somewhere around, or was it Shadulu? Might have been Shadulu. And they were around sort of Elephant Plains, Arathu's cut line. So that center area there, but not much at Simambili lately. She seems to be pushing a little bit further south of where we were seeing her a lot. Anyway, we're going to carry on. We're going to leave our owl to itself, send you off to Ngala.
Alright, welcome back everybody. So we've just came across a hyena right now. We just actually went straight into the bushes, so we're gonna try and have a look and see if maybe we can find it again. Where is the hyena? Ah, it's gone. But I also think it's because of, on the left-hand side we have a giraffe here. So there was a little bit of a standoff between the giraffe that you can see there with the hyena. So they were just like staring at each other for quite a long time. And then, yeah, the hyena decided, you know, I'm just going to move away. It's because that hyena is a young sabaralt that we just saw here. And the giraffe there feeding away. Sarah, welcome. I'm glad you can join us. How and when do giraffe sleep? So giraffes can actually sleep laying down, which is quite incredible to see. There it is, just went behind the bushes. So we're gonna keep on driving, try to see if maybe we can find this leopard we're looking for initially. When do they sleep? They can sleep at any time, whenever they feel like they're really, really tired. Actually, there's quite a few giraffes here. Let's see if we can go a little bit back. Don't know if maybe we can have... Oh, there we are. Also moving away. It looks like it wants to join the other giraffe. But to come back to the last viewer's question, most of the time when I've seen giraffe been sleeping, it would be like late in the evening. You know, that's when usually you get to see a lot of giraffe sleep then. But it's not like, you know, the sleep that we would do, like, you know, shutting down everything. They still have to be, you know, a little bit alert, because as you can imagine, when you're that tall and that big, when you're laying down, getting up takes a little bit of time. And also there's a lot of predators around, so this giraffe has to be very, very careful. So I think these giraffes are actually just getting a little bit of food, you know, feeding on the leaves, up until, you know, come a stage where they will rest for the night. And also in this area where we are, it's actually very open. So I don't think these giraffes will get surprised by anything. Also, I think there's a moon coming up right on our right-hand side. I think it's going to be very bright tonight. So it will actually help these giraffes to be able to actually see what's going on. Because, I mean, when this moon is very, very bright, like literally, you can literally walk around here and you can see anything around. But I wouldn't try to walk, though, at a nighttime like this. But, yeah, it's quite nice to see some giraffes at a night time like this. I mean, like you would think they would be resting or sleeping, but they're still moving about. So the leopard that we're looking for, this particular giraffe, can actually help us to find leopards, you know, because what they do once they see a leopard or a lion, for example, or that hyena that we just had earlier on, you'll see them staring in that direction for quite a long time. And, you know, usually sometimes if you're lucky, they will be staring at a predator. As you can see, it chewing there, just feeding away. Welcome, Roger. I'm glad that you can join us in this beautiful evening. Have I ever been out in the bush at night? Roger, yes, I have been. But not walking in and around the bush. Most of the time we'll be like camping. I've done some camping a little bit out in the bush. Maybe sometimes, you know, in the lodge, walking from my room to, you know, to the lodge area at night time. I've done that because it's a little bit of a distance, but not for quite a long time, you know, walking in the bush. And there's a lot of predators and your eyesight is not that good. And even though we tend to see lions during the day and leopards, and it looks so relaxed and docile, but at night time I found that these animals tend to be quite different. Especially when you're walking, they can get to be very, if not a little bit, aggressive. And also, if you look quite closely, this giraffe actually is just standing there and chewing. So it looks like it's ruminating, so it's chewing the cud. So let's keep a closer look. When they do this, most especially, you can actually see the giraffe, you know, chew and swallow. And as it regurgitates, you will see the ball, you know, of the cud coming back up into the mouth. You can actually see it through the neck going up. So let's just wait and have a look. Okay, it's chewing, still chewing. Swallowed. Let's see if it comes up. Did you guys see that? That's incredible. So what it's doing there is basically just, you know, re-chewing everything it is eaten. Make sure everything is, you know, nicely grinded and chewed. As you can see, its mouth is sort of moving in sort of like a roundish motion, making sure everything is getting grinded. And with these animals, because they're ruminants, you know, the digestive system is very efficient, so they get absolutely everything they need from the food that they are feeding on. That is amazing. So we're gonna leave these animal be, and I think, ooh, did you guys hear that? Listen again. That is amazing. And that sound just echoes through. A spotted hyena calling. So I think that hyena is probably, you know, contact calling the rest of the members of the hyenas. Or maybe even alerting other hyenas around that, you know what, we still have our territory. Don't come closer to us because we're going to have a bit of a trouble. We're going to have a fight. So yeah, we're going to keep on driving this way and see if we find any signs of any other animals around in this area. So I think we're going to keep on looking for these leopard and see if also we can find anything interesting along this road. But for now, I'll send you to Josh in Tswalu. I think he has something exciting.
Josh has sand dunes. That is what Josh has. We are exploring up and down the dunes here, hoping for a spring hare or maybe a porcupine if we're really lucky. But it's been a little bit quiet on our night drive. We did have a eagle owl for a second, but he didn't fancy being on TV too much, so he took off. So we're just kind of exploring, folks. It's a very, very quiet, very chilly night at the moment. But peaceful. Niels is manning that spotlight. But so far, not a lot. It's just nice to be out, you know, we're just looking up. There's no moon at the moment, so the Milky Way is spectacular. And we're just chatting. We wish the camera would be able to capture it, be able to show you, but obviously it's a very faint source of light, so it'd be a little bit difficult. But nonetheless, always nice to be out. So Travis has asked, do we have a lot of spotted hyena here on Tswalu? And Travis, we don't. We have a small population which we see occasionally. I'd say we have less than 15, maybe 16 individuals on the property. So not a huge population at all. But it is always nice when we get to see them. I think they're a species that's incredibly misunderstood, and they have such a complex social structure and hierarchical system. They're actually a very interesting animal, but I do think Disney made sure that most people don't like them. Although, if you see a hyena cub, they are pretty adorable, I must say. Just to explain the Disney comment, Lion King definitely didn't show the hyenas as the friendliest of animals. So Simon has asked, are hyena calls louder than a lion's calls? Simon, I don't know if there's anything louder than a male lion giving it full blow. I think what you'll find is that your hyena's whoop does carry quite a distance. But personally, I would say when a male lion roars and it's cold and that sound carries kilometers, I don't think anything can beat it out here. Although hyena whoops can carry quite a distance as well, my money is on the lion's call definitely being the winner on that one. There's one experience in the bush I wish everyone could experience, and that's being close to a male lion when he roars at full power. There's something primal that kicks in. There's a feeling in your body that reminds you you are a primate, and regardless of the fact that you think you are at the top of the food chain, you kind of think to yourself that maybe you shouldn't be so close. Maybe you want a thicker piece of glass between you two, or maybe you need to be in the top of a tree, far away from the animal with sharp claws and big teeth. Still fairly quiet, but as you can see, Grass is quite tall here. Now there's patches where it shortens out quite a lot. Head a little bit west, see what we can find. Oh, we've got something in the road ahead of us. We're just going to have a quick look what is there. You see eyes in the distance. Just going to stop for a sec and see if Niels can get it. Niels, do you see that? Just in the distance, a little bit of eyes. I'm just going to see Neil's going to zoom in a little bit there. Hold on a sec. There's someone there. Oh, I do think we have a black-backed jackal there. If I had to take a guess. It's a little bit far and I can only see it through my monitor. But that is definitely looking like it is indeed a young black-backed jackal. Very distinctive shape. Too big to be your Cape fox and too skinny looking to be a bat-eared fox. But as you can see, fairly skittish. Always nice to see them. And quite an interesting animal in its own right. I do love their calls. Especially when you get a family together calling. Kind of sounds like this conference call. Quite a cacophony. But nice to have seen him a little bit. Obviously quite shy of the vehicle. We're going to go a little closer and see. Maybe he's stuck around but just gone off of the road. Neil's armed and dangerous with his spotlight there. Always on the search. Having a look here. Does look like our little friend has left the area, so we'll see what else we can find, but for now we're going to send you across to Tristan.
Well, Josh, I hope that you find something else of note in the Kalahari, well, in Tswalu Kalahari, should I say. It'd be nice to get genet. It's not for Josh to get a genet, but I saw a genet. It's just moving here. You can just see it in the middle of the spotlight. You might be able to make it out. Looks like it's moving. I've lost it now. Just milling about underneath that branch there. Nope, I think he's gone. You see his eyes. I thought maybe you saw the eyes there, but the last time I saw it was just here under this little kind of branch area. They obviously don't sit around for long normally. Like sometimes if you turn off, they can come out, but this particular one I think has shot off, and that is that. Little large spotted genet with a little black tip to its tail. Probably, no doubt, just going around looking for various little food items that they can find. Oh well, happens. Sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't. Amanda, because they don't get the same amount of vehicles around them. Remember that we don't drive much during the night. At the moment we're doing long periods in the night, but generally it's not that much. So they don't get the same exposure to vehicles as what the diurnal animals do. Also remember that being nocturnal is for a reason. It means that they can be very, very shy. Well, they can basically move under the cover of darkness and not attract attention to themselves. Things that move around in the day generally know that they're going to be seen, whereas nocturnal animals are moving around for a reason. They're moving around to try and avoid detection, and so their nature is to be fairly shy, not to be, out and exposed and in the open. And that's why you find that they are the way that they are. But yeah, it's just, that's the reason. They shy, reclusive, and are out at night not to be seen. If you start to spend a lot of time with a nocturnal animal, so let's say something like this genet, if every night you could find it and follow it, and eventually it would get just like a leopard, it would start to realize that you're not doing anything to it. But because we never really do that, they know that if they run off, we leave them alone pretty quickly, and that's a way to kind of go about things. Now, I'm just doing a loop around quarantine. I like doing a loop around quarantine at this time of the night. It's been very, very productive for us of late for random things like white-tailed mongoose, honey badgers, genet now that was on the edge of quarantine. So I always just like to go slowly through here. It's also a good place to pick up leopard or last-minute lions that have somehow moved in without us knowing. So that's why I'm just kind of going slowly along, just checking if I can find anything. Anyway, we'll carry on. We'll see if there's anything here. In the meantime, let's send you to Trico, see how he's going at Ngala and if he's had any luck.
All right, welcome back. So, yeah, we've been looking for these leopard for quite a while, Craig and myself. And so far, we haven't seen any signs at all. So I'm thinking there's one particular waterhole not too far from here. I think maybe to drive past there, go have a look and see if maybe there could be any signs. Because also in that area, it's quite thick. So maybe, this leopard might have went there to maybe look for any opportunities of any animals coming down to drink at his time. And also using the thicket as cover as it hunts around. But also it could be also, if it had eaten something, could go there for a drink, because that helps them to digest the food that have had eaten. Also, if you remember earlier when I said with this female we're looking for, we think she has a den somewhere, so she has to hunt constantly and feed to be able to produce the milk for the youngsters. So we're about maybe a minute and a half away from this waterhole. Yeah, just do a loop around it and see if we can find anything there. There's a little patch of open clearing where we are. We've just seen some impalas around here as well. So looking at the fact that this waterhole is not too far and his impalas are quite close to the waterhole, maybe this would be a better area or an ideal area for this leopard to hang around and possibly hunt. Let's see, we're almost close now.
Congratulations, Safari Live. It's our Beard from the exact opposite side of the world.
Thank you for enabling us to be in the bush with Wild Earth Safaris. You change a gloomy day into a happy day. To the founders, presenters, cameramen, trackers, final control and staff, thank you.
Africa has definitely changed my life. I just started watching your program 2 weeks ago, and it's helping me to fill my day with light.
I just want to say happy 14th birthday to Wild Earth. Hope there is 14 more years. Happy birthday.
Apart from amazing wildlife and all your antics,
Oh my word moments.
very much nice, and Brent scaring James.
Electric safaris, mud pool, and bloopers. This keeps us glued to the show.
Thank you for all the joy you're bringing. As we say in German, herzlichen Glückwunsch, happy birthday to the whole Wild Earth team, and keep up the good work.
A very, very happy 14th birthday, and keep up the good work.
Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a Wild Earth explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Well, we did have some luck with the white-tailed mongoose, but it was fleeting at best. It ran across the road in front of us and disappeared into the bushes, so it was worth coming onto quarantine for that exact reason. They generally are around, these white-tailed mongoose, and the more they see us, the better they'll get eventually. It's just going to take a bit of time. They're one of those animals that you unfortunately have to just see and then, you know, while you're live, otherwise chances are that they're not going to move that much. Well, chances are they're not going to sit still that much. It's better they will move a lot. That's rather what I should have said. But yeah, otherwise quiet. So there's a few impalas hanging around on quarantine, a wildebeest that's here. I wonder where our wildebeest herd is actually at the moment. It's probably sitting on Arathusa airstrip or somewhere around there. They like those kind of areas. It's nice and open for them, so perfect place to spend their time. I imagine that's where they are. It's been a while since we've seen our herd that used to be here all the time. They always come here and obviously give birth, but then move off once the little ones get to a certain age. All right, let's have a last look at the moon, because it is quite spectacular in the night sky at the moment. It is glowing bright and beautiful, and it will be a nice way to kind of finish off our afternoon safari, which with that big golden, or well, not gold anymore, but that big orb of light that's up in the sky. You can see how much light is illuminating off that. It almost looks like a spotlight, doesn't it? It gets so bright out here with these full moons that you can drive without lights and walk around without lights as well. All right, well, it is that time of the day for us to say goodnight. Hopefully you had a good drive with us. Hopefully you, wherever you are, you have a wonderful day / evening further, and that it is filled with all the good stuff. Obviously we'll be back out and about tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari. So from all of us, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you all in the morning.